Witch's broom. Farmer's pants. Pick a banana. You hog, you ate them all. I'm waiting for a few more people to come in. Cat's whiskers. Which is hot. Cup and saucer, except it's really long. I guess we're set. We'll see if anybody else comes in. Oh, I have to tag Kimberly. She said, when you go live, tag me. So now I'm not going to pay attention to all of you right now because I'm going live. So you're going to have to sit there and wait. Tosh is here's my dog, Tosh. There he is. Poke your head up. Say hello. Hello. And this, you know, is Carmen. There we go. Here we are. So today we're in such an interesting time. There have been such radical shifts, notable, and God damn it, my nose started running like as soon as I started talking on the live stream. I don't usually blow my nose like this, but I noticed that every single time I'm on a call, this happens, and I have to go get a tissue. 1 second. All right. So changes with the divine masculine, the divine feminine, changes in the construct, changes in, well, certain changes in the construct. Once again, if you're listening to this, you're getting an energetic transmission. I'm never entirely sure how these things are going to go. I know what I intend to say, but then as soon as I come in, messages come through, and it's sometimes for the, I know that I've got certain messages that are meant to go to people who are going to listen to this later. And, but we'll see whatever comes in for the group of you who are listening. If you've listened to my previous live streams, you will know that everything is sequential, and everything I do hang on. They're making adjustments. Nothing that happens in a live stream is ever random. And even when it sounds like I go off topic or I'm telling some weird story, and why doesn't she just shut up and she's rambling, it often isn't apparent right away. But, and I'm not always sure that it's going to translate to, that you'll always know exactly what it was. But I recognize what it was. And there are certain things that happened. Like I listen, when I upload the live streams and put it on YouTube, I listen to it over again. Most of them. My live streams, I've listened to all of them. And hang on a minute. I'm aware that today is an important day for certain energetic shifts that are taking place. And I feel like there's a lot of information that's going to come through, but before it starts to really flow, they're making a couple of adjustments. I'm aware that certain energy streams have been blocked previously from getting to certain people. At night, we have space meetings. Those of us in the energetic construct, those of us who I worked with before, whether we're speaking in real life or not, and mostly we're not, it doesn't mean that the love isn't there. That means sometimes there's not, in the physical, there's a distance in the physical. There have been, and we're carrying so many people, we have been working on behalf of so many people, that getting this thing undone is not something that you can do very instantly. You might want to. I know I do. But it's a process. Whatever people fed into the construct at any point during their history has to be given back to them in a way that isn't jarring, that isn't sudden, that isn't scary, that is as benevolent to all parties as possible. It's important. Even karma, which there is in the third dimension, and anyone who has a third dimensional belief structure where you're still really holding on to that, sometimes, there's karma. And I'm not sure if it's going to come through today, but I know that at some point I'm going to talk a little bit about karma, because so often when we think of karma, we think of punishment. And it has that there's a fear attached to it usually when we talk about karma, particularly people who are not very spiritually developed. When they talk about karma, there's a feeling of retribution or punishment, or getting punished for something that we did. But it's not a punishment so much as, but it can feel like a punishment if you've really been careless or untutored. If you don't know very much, mistakes happen no matter what. But it's just a learning process. Oh, so I do need to talk about the construct today, but the first thing I want to do is I made an error on one. I think it might have been the last live stream or possibly the one prior. Actually, I don't remember which one it's on. I apologize for it. As soon as I caught it, I heard myself say it, and as soon as I heard it come out of my mouth, like when I'm talking, when I'm channeling, I don't really control it. I'm not always aware of what's coming out at that time. And it's all mixed up with messages for other people. But when I uploaded it later, I heard myself say something, and I caught it, and I went back online on my wall, and I apologized for it because I said something that was wrong. It was impulsive of me to say. I was slightly annoyed at the time, and I kind of tossed it off, but it doesn't matter. It went out to a public audience, so I really do need to apologize. I was talking about or correct it. I was talking about the Dauphin in the Joan of Arc lifetime, and he's my ex-husband in this lifetime. So, and I had tossed off kind of a random annoyed remark that he'll never be a king. That was arrogant and wrong. I should never say that. It's not that there's no way out. It's that, we all screw up, and we all learn one way or another. There's not a soul among us who hasn't made an error, even a grave one. I fucked up. My God, I have taken that to the nth degree. I blew up an entire planet once, and the reason I had the Joan of Arc role, the reason I had the role that I had, is because I was the mother of an entire planet, and we were invaded. I'll get into this story a different day, but we were invaded, and I was so upset at what they did to my children that I had made everything. And my children were being raped and tortured and bound, and rather than having them, and I hadn't given them any self-determination. It was actually an error in circuitry that we didn't know existed. We were extremely, I guess I'm telling a story now, we were extremely careful. It was very much like our society was very much like, kind of like honeybees. But there was a queen bee. There were queen bees. There were more than one. But there was a, and I'll tell this whole story a different time. But we were extremely scrupulous, careful rearing, level by level of sacred creators who had crazy abilities with creation, but we were incredibly careful with how we cultivated it and how we balanced it, and everything was interconnected, but it was all held within this large, very tall, multi-leveled, all feminine, I might add, all feminine. And it was a mother-child planet. It was an entire planet. And I had somebody one time say, well, what was the name of it? You know, was it Maldag or what? No. But somebody said, what was the name of it? And I didn't even know how to answer it because, number one, there's kind of a, boy, I really didn't think we were going to be talking about this, but okay. The reason we have the construct in place is because those of us who were involved in that planetary destruction had to go back and clean up the mess. That mess, mess is the wrong word, but there's, we had to correct it. Even very high level creators can sometimes, you're always in a process of learning, no matter how wise you are. There was a circuitry problem with a feminine planet that we didn't know even could happen. We didn't even know it could happen. And I was at the very, very top of this thing. And there was not enough self-determination. We didn't know there had to be. We didn't even know that the explosion kind of thing could even happen. It had never happened before, and we didn't know it could happen. So we hadn't made any precautions because it was fear-based, and we just didn't know. So, but everything that, there was such care taken in this planet. We didn't want any harm to happen to anything. There was no harm. We took great delight in making sure that everything had everything it needed all the time. And for example, I work in multidimensional harmonics, and I specialize in multidimensional harmonics, and all living things, all creation. And in this planet, there was such a knowledge of movement and the way everything connected that we were aware, because it was a whole bunch of us who were all mother sisters. Sorry. Such great care was taken to care for all of the beings. I love you too. Such great care was taken that birds would be born, or birds would be flying, and there was such care taken with the well-being of every living creature that when the rain fell, we could do things so that the birds, a flock of birds could fly through the rain and they wouldn't get wet. We were so aware of, we could do things with energy to reroute it so that everything got what it needed. And there was such abundance and such benevolence that no harm was ever experienced by anything. And everyone, all of the beings, were connected because it was a mother-child planet. Everything was an extension of the love force, the love energy, and everything was created in such love. And it was all maternal. It was mother-child. When we didn't know that, well, as a consequence, just the way children do, you look to your parent to provide everything. And there was the connections, the energetic connection remains. Everything that you create out of love, there's an energetic connection that remains. I don't have to get back to the apology for something. This is already rambling. The energetic connection remains with everything that you create. And that's true of everything. And so the child, the beings that we had created, all of us women it was a very, 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 very tall, multi-leveled, like a cathedral, like a tower. I was at the very top, and I liked to observe. I kind of specialized in groups. I made everything, but we're all connected. That's the thing. If you're all connected, you're telepathic with everything. So there were initiates, and everyone was responsible for everything underneath them. So if you're at the top, you're responsible for everything. And we were invaded by a masculine force. We felt bad for them. None of their creations were working. And we held secrets, and we didn't want to divulge our secrets of creation, but theirs was so clunky. We could have visitors. We had visitors, but they tricked us. They really did. They kind of preyed on we were very gullible, and they preyed on our naive. There was people at the lower level who were creative queen bees who allowed in, who spilled some secrets, basically. But it was out of kindness. It really was out of kindness. Like, I totally get that. Who allowed the masculine force in, visitors who wanted help with what they were making. It was a request for help, because they saw that we had this abundant nature, and we could make things. We just made it. We know how to do it. We have this magic, and we made so many things. They wanted to know why theirs wasn't working. And we felt bad for them because it was very apparent to us exactly why theirs wasn't working. Nothing they made was viable. It was artificial. Basically, they had the artificial intelligence. And they were trying, genuinely trying, but it wasn't working. And everything they made lived a short time or died, but it was like put together in wrong. It's like it doesn't allow for flow, and it's not going to be viable. And so we allowed them in, and we taught them certain things about creation. And they wound up taking them, but they didn't really get it because they were going from a place that didn't have love. They weren't making it from love. That's the point. Everything on our planet was birthed from love and sacredness. It was so revered, taken so seriously. We never thought in our creation, we never thought that our beings, our children, would require any kind of separateness. Because we provided everything for them. Why would they need to be separate? Because they had everything. They had absolutely everything. They were so in tune, and the telepathy is so magic, and it's so multidimensional, and everything was so harmonic. We were scrupulous, immaculate care was taken with the vibrational hygiene, the harmonics, the multi-leveled harmonics. We were so careful about that it never occurred to us that we would need ever, that there would ever be a reason that you would want separation, until we were invaded. And what happened was, remember I was talking in one of my previous live streams that you have to be very careful when you have something group mind. When you have group mind and all the connectivity is running, and you are so high vibrational that if you have a bad thought, it can tank very quickly. The collective, unless the collective knows how to transmute it. Well, we didn't even know this thing there was a disaster. There was a planetary cataclysm. And we didn't know that it could even happen. It's like a mother-child connection where you didn't even know death existed. You didn't know that separation was possible until it happens. Somebody asked me at one point what was the name of my planet, and it had no name. We didn't use linear language. We just were. There was I can send it to you though. It looks like that. It had a vibrational, multi-level, harmonic, energetic signature of such exquisite beauty. And we didn't call anything. We just were. We just existed. And hello. And it has a color too. It had a color, but it was it was a little bit like aqua aura. Have you seen aqua aura? If there was aqua aura and that in light, and it looked a lot like fiber optics, but you could see it. It was an absolutely exquisitely beautiful, feminine mother-child planet. What happened? We were invaded. I really didn't think I was going to talk about this at all. Oh my goodness. I had intended something entirely different. Okay. We were invaded, and they didn't treat our planet with respect at all. And they had intended to basically, there was a lot of sexual energy, rape, creation, that wrong kind of creation, artificial creation. They wanted to steal a lot of the children, the females. They were just taking the body, they were taking the stuff, and it was abuse. And a lot of my children they were in shock. They went into shock because they had never experienced anything bad ever. And there was such an innocence, and they went into shock. And so many of them went into shock, and it wound up catching on to, because there was instant telepathy You know the way mothers connect with their babies when you know your baby's in trouble? There was such a wave of fear. It was so terrifying that it went back. Hello, boo-boo. And my sister, Carmen Lizardo, was there as well. Very high level creator also. And she and I have been in this construct working to, with Josh, to correct this particular gigantic karmic imbalance, because it's not just karmic. We had to go to, there were whole councils that were made to try and figure out how the fuck to rebalance this imbalance that came from when I exploded. Basically, I exploded a planet. What happened was, because the circuitry was one big loop and there was no differentiation, there was no separation whatsoever, the children en masse got terrified at a certain level. Even though they hadn't attacked the queens, they attacked the children. And the fear was so extreme that it came back, and it ran through us, ran through me. And the anger, there was a sudden gigantic wash of accusation, because everyone looked to me to fix it. Like, mom, fix it. Like, help, fix it. There was a survival, a terrifying cry. And I couldn't do it. It was too big. So it wound up going back out. And what happened was, it built up and built up and built. It's so fast. This is like there was no stopping it. It was on a loop, and it went back so quickly that it caught on. It's like everything caught on fire. There was anger, fear, there was terror, there was accusation. It was horrendous. I know you're leaving now, aren't you? Wait, let me get her. Come back. Here's my girl. There was so much fear and anger, horror, because they had no intention of it's like the way a mother would feel if you see your children suddenly being captured and raped, and you know that they have no intention of letting them go. They're going to torture them for the rest of their lives. I was fighting. We were all fighting. All the queens were fighting off the invaders. And all the members of our construct, at least the women, are here, have been chosen to participate in the construct because they were there one way or another that day. It wasn't a day, whatever. It was at that time. The wave of accusation, like, how could you let this happen, led to so many led to so much anguish, deep anguish, and rage, because it was anger and pain, and it just spun out of control so quickly because of the enormous number of. We couldn't catch it. We couldn't stop it. It had no stopping point. And it all came back to the top. It kind of like the buck stops here. All came back to me. So I exploded the entire, I basically killed myself. It's a strong, I killed myself rather than being disrespected that way. It wasn't disrespect. It wasn't like an ego disrespect. It was like, oh my God, it's the divine plan or nothing. It's set up, on my part, it's set up a, this is also like where some of the martyr energy comes from. Joan of Arc was one, I don't even know how to say this. It's like yet another revisitation of the same energetic dynamic, because patterns repeat until you address them, until you change them. But it has to be changed on such a scale that balance has to be found. So after, basically, at the time of the planetary explosion, the horror, the genocide of so many, it wasn't genocide of just one species, it was genocide of the entire planet. And it's because the masculine force had invaded, masculine and AI had invaded. And because we didn't have any individuation, any individual choice, it was all mama knows best. And mama takes care of everything and I'll do everything. It led to a lot of like the savior dynamic, also the martyr dynamic of divine plan or nothing. It set up like this war between masculine and feminine forces that was so extreme. It set up a war of these two polarities, masculine and feminine. And on the feminine side, there was a mother-child dynamic where we said, you're not going to separate us. You're not going to do this. Death first. Just death first. Never. And the rage and the anger was so extreme that I exploded myself rather than do anything but the divine plan. It is divine design or nothing. You will get nothing from me. I will take, you can't have any of us unless we're respected. And granted, I had a very good reason, but that is still an extreme. So if you are a very high level creator, you still are in a learning process. We didn't know that this thing could happen. It's kind of like, and Josh is the same way, very much the same way, wanted certain things. That's not wrong. Nonetheless, after the explosion, there was such a mass quantity of trauma of all parties that lizard on the dog. That's very cute. Wait, okay, she's leaving. Whoop, look, there she goes. There was such a mass trauma. Oh, sorry, she did that. She just okay. There was a mass trauma of all parties to the point where we had to have a long time of emotional, boy, I don't have a word for that. Counseling. It's like space councils exist to, realms exist to heal, that specialize, like there are races or specialty beings that that specialize in healing. Like, how the fuck are you gonna fix this? Wow. Kind of like if there were two graduate students who are like PhD candidates and they're like your best students and they just discovered something that's never happened. This has never happened before. This particular thing has never happened before. We didn't know, this could happen. And they blew up half the campus. They didn't just blow up the lab. They blew up the building and half the campus. But in the process, they also discovered this thing that, like, wow, so now we have a situation. We're going to have to fix it. So that was really, 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 really long time ago. And when people say, well, how long ago was that? Because I've had people ask me that. I have no idea, because everything is relative. And if that question itself is, God, you're asking me to put it in Earth years. And we didn't know about Earth. It was not on our radar. We didn't have a sense of time like that. So I have no idea. I don't even know how to look at that question. But I do know that it was a ginormous hologram, and all of my children, you know, it was are bad. You couldn't figure that out. Interdimensional explosions are really bad. They're very, very difficult to recover from, because everything goes everywhere. And an interdimensional explosion, like a nuclear explosion, is an interdimensional explosion. When you blow up an entire planet from the inside out, from the, you know, the entire thing exploded. So coming back from that has been a challenge. And it's because there's all of this soul recovery, the soul fragments. There goes Carmen. The soul fragments were everywhere. And so one of the reasons that I'm in the position that I'm in, and I'm the transmuter of 100% of the negative alteration of Mary. And I went down in the body of Joan of Arc as the child figure. The reason that job was mine is because we're still trying to repair the damage from that planetary explosion. So that was a substantial amount of trauma. And it led to a lot of parent-child separation. And then in the Joan lifetime, this planet was so compressed, we were trying, it went off in a lot of different directions. We needed to establish a structure that would solidify first, because it's quite a sequence, really, really long sequence. And I won't get into it because I really want to talk about a lot of other things. However, the point is, there's a place for everything. What we had to do in the planet exploded because there was no self-determination. Everybody was happy. I mean, everyone was really, really happy. It was a state of bliss all the time. Kind of like when you're a child and your mother cares for everything. Let's say let's say for the sake of argument that you had a happy childhood and your mother, it's like the happiest part of your childhood where everything is free and carefree, and you just runs, and this was such a planet where you could, because the telepathy and the manifestation and the care, the love of giving, you know, the way you want to feed a baby, you want to water a plant, you just love to give. The sheer quantity of love of giving was such that the delight is in making the other happy. You know, your baby's hungry, and you know, it's kind of like a big Italian mama, like, here, you know, I just eat the pasta. Here, I made you all of this, take it. You want that. So it's almost like you're looking around for problems to solve, because you feel what the baby feels. You feel what the plant feels, you know, and you're thirsty. Allow me, because when you get a hit of something good, I feel it too. That's the beauty of it. we didn't know that ever. It had never crossed our awareness that anything would want to leave such a system. And because they didn't. That's because they didn't. Do they want to feed on it, partake of it? Yeah. They didn't want to leave it, and we didn't want them to leave the system. But we did discover through this accident that unless there is a certain amount of division, self-determination, there is literally there's no breaks. You can't have a system like that, which we discovered, because unless each person has the ability to put a wall up to slow something down, it can take the entire planet out so quickly. Because I couldn't transmute it that fast. It was a wave that sped up, and it got so out of control so quickly that there was no stopping it. There was no breaks. So lesson learned. Now what? The reason that we have those of us in the construct have this job now is because like, all right, you kids blew it up. You get counseling. We got counseling because it was a tremendous amount of trauma. And it was in space, you know, whatever it was a family feud, but it wasn't an angry family feud. I mean, it did get angry, but it was like we didn't know that this could happen. The invasive force, if they had known this was going to happen, they wouldn't have done it either. Nobody would have done it. Nonetheless, no matter what you do, even if it's out of ignorance, you do have, in the process of a person's development, a soul's development, a being's development, a group's development, any entity. A planet is its own entity. A group is an entity. An individual is an entity. There are oversouls of animals that are entities on their own. And we're all in a process of learning, a process of expansion. So let's say you fuck up one day and day started out great, but you got invaded and you thought you had it for a while. Oh, I'm just going to tell them one or two little things, and oh crap. All of a sudden the planet explodes and you're in shock. It led to all of these, it's a wave in space that just keeps perpetuating. So getting this thing, it's like something that has that much power, that much momentum. And it's now going all over the place. It's an interdimensional explosion. You got to go get your kids. Consolidating it it's like the worst oil spill in history, and there's like, we don't have technology to fix this yet. You were our best people. Now what do we do? So this has been a process of come back from. So we've had to do it on a personal level, whatever portion we had, but we also had to co-create, like what we had the equivalent of like space counseling. We had like the equivalent of space counseling. That's why we all meet in dream time. We all go up there for these space meetings, and some of it, a lot of it, particularly at this time of ascension, a lot of it is about strategies for what to do to help this planet. But it's also those of us in the construct, in the Joan of Arc template, who partook of that. You are part of a population that somehow or another is connected to that. Either you came to help us fix it, or you were there when it happened. or one way or another you came across, you got caught up in the energy because that happened also. It's like if you create a tidal wave in space and there are other planets and, you know, the wave is so big that it slams into another planet and now it's affecting that one. It's like it really got out of hand. And there are lots of different dimensions. It's like, oh my God. Then you have to come down. If you want to know what the karmic consequence of that is, you have to come down as some kind of a savior figure and see if you can pull your people out of the dirt, because it was a problem. All kinds of problems exist in space. Earth thinks it has problems. Earth has problems that are Earth size. But it's okay. We're going to fix it. I don't want any of my children to be worried or anything. We're going to fix it. It's all a process of learning. But here's the thing. So you guys are all going to help fix it too, because what we had to do was find a way. Ain't that always the case, right? Find a way to do this thing that's never been done. This thing's never been done. We're going to see if you can do this. And we don't entirely even know what the task is. Like it was a bad disaster that was unprecedented. Like planets are invaded all the time. Planets ascend all the time. But this particular combination is in addition to being a planet, Earth, that's ascending. In addition, we're also on this planet trying to redress a singular situation by bringing back, we're trying to, these two major forces had an attraction so hard that it created something that exploded. So we're trying to figure out a way to harmonize something that seems irreconcilable. Is it really irreconcilable? No. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. I think we can do it. Is it a beast of a thing? Yeah. It is. Can we do it? Yeah, I think so. I think it's, the thing is, I really didn't think I was going to be talking about this at all, but this is what I think. There is a way in. There's a, okay, I just, it's like part of me thinks that it's not, this is difficult. It's difficult to talk about it because it requires, in order to fully understand it, it requires that you have a body of information that I haven't given you yet. But it's kind of like the way I think we can do it. Well, I should say it this way. The tactic that we've chosen to use, because we talk about this all the time, space meetings every night. I've been doing this for my entire life. I didn't know about it. I didn't know that that's what this was. I only got the information back in 2013 when I shot out of my body, and I went all the way up to 12. Hang on, I think I've got like, I think I started like to tell you 4 different things. Got 4 different strands going on. And now I have to go back to apologizing to the person that I said he would never be a king, because that's not true. There is a way to do it. There is a way to do it. The way to, well, I'll go back to that. Remind me. Somebody remind me. I'm not reading the comments, but somebody remind me. If I start to end this call and I forget to get back to that, beam it to me. I'll catch it faster. at any rate, the way we have chosen collectively, because we have in dream time, we go off the timeline. Like only our bodies are having the experience of time. When we all go to sleep, those of us who are involved, we meet in space. I want to say space, but it's dream time. But there are actually locations where we go and we meet. It's like various councils. And there are councils for all sorts of different tasks. There are councils for lots of things. And then sometimes councils get together. And this is a big council because it's a big problem. The Council of Balance that I was on was one of the councils it was a small council, but it was an important one. It had only 12 members. And we were in charge of strategy for the light and dark balance on the planet while it was still a third dimensional, adhered to a third dimensional, whatever. But that council is now disbanded because we don't need it anymore. We're not in 3D. Hang on. The space councils, the space meetings, a lot of members. They're bigger. And then there are like these weird subgroups, kind of like, I'm not a politician, but I imagine that like meetings go on behind closed doors if you're, a member of Congress or a senator or something. And then there's like the big gathering where everybody is, but then there are also these side groups. And it's a little bit like that. And we all meet in dream time because of time zones. You couldn't do this so much with your conscious mind in the way because people sleep at different times. But there are spaces where I can go to sleep at, this is kind of a cool thing, off the timeline, I can go to sleep whenever I go to sleep, and whenever this other person goes to sleep on the other side of the country, somehow we meet together, even though we're dreaming at different times when we're physically asleep at different times. That's pretty neat. Although there's also I can think of an exception to that too, because there are certain times when my guides have said, you need to take a nap right now because we have to give you this information that's happening right now. So that's weird. I don't exactly know why that happens, but I know it happens. Sometimes they will say, go take a nap because we need you to do this thing right now. And it requires your attention. You have to be asleep. Basically, I think they're trying to get my mind out of the way. Like, go lay down. Lay down and go to sleep so we can give you this information. That happens too. But like so much work happens at night, and particularly around this. After the planet exploded, there was a long process of very deep healing. It's not counseling and it's not therapy. I don't know what to call it, but there are specialists in deep healing, and you have to go and like trauma control. That's basically what it was. It was trauma control. And then when we were stabilized, we all had to go and figure out what we were going to do about it, because it was bad. It was really bad. So what we've come up with is a moving strategy. There was a very long-term strategy developed to figure out a way to coalesce this thing back together so that all of the parties could get the knowledge that they needed, get the healing that they required, get put back together, reassemble all of the pieces but also not just go back and put it back the way it had been, but make it so that this thing didn't happen again. So the circuitry had to be adjusted, and it was decided that a certain amount of individuation, cooperation, collaboration, collaboration, and cooperation between, oh gosh, between some forces that don't go together. So, it's just so weird, though. That's the thing. It's so weird because it's not that they just disagree, because that's just a disagreement, big fat whoop. It's actually that this is why. I'm trying to figure out a way to explain this. Hang on a minute, I'll get it. It's like this. Okay. It's like if you have something this size, and let's say for the sake of example, that this is really huge, massive, like a planet size, and it's all feminine. Or this is the masculine side. I'll say that this is the masculine. This is a masculine planet. And this is a feminine planet. And the energy just started running. Do you see that? Because now I'm moving. That's all right. We're going to fix this. We got it. If it's held by a single being and a single being, it wasn't so much that they didn't get along. It was more like they mirrored each other there was such a tremendous amount of strength that when they come together, the magnetism is the feminine force, right? And the active force is masculine. And it wasn't that they didn't get along. It was that the force of them coming together on such a scale held by a single individual was so massive that they came together and collided, and it exploded because we had to change tactics. So we can fix this. What we've decided to do is, and this explains a lot of the twin dynamic too. We decided to, hang on, instead of having, I'll do this. Whoop, hang on. Instead of having like a single thing and a single thing that met like this, that wasn't good. What we decided to do in order to merge these things together is each one of us, let's say for the sake of argument, or for the sake of example, that it's Josh Cram and me. But Carmen Lazaro's in there too. So, and I'll tell you why in a second, because that's important. Or I should say it's the two of them and I'm in there too. There are two women and one male, and there's a reason for this. There's a reason for this. There has been a very, very, very long-term strategy in place to try and rebalance this, and it wasn't just about Earth, it's also an intergalactic space war. What we decided to do was, in order to merge these things and have cooperation between things that could not simply, you can't simply merge them. You can't just keep trying to merge them. There's a way to do it, but you have to finesse it a little bit. What we decided to do was divide. You know, you want to keep the unity, but we decided to divide both sides to make it much more like a hairbrush. Like if each one of these were a brush, and then you could merge them very easily. So the twin dynamic was employed as a strategy, the twin grid. It has a multi-tiered strategy. The strategy is that you divide, you have it held, these major forces, you have it held not by one person or one being and one being. It is one being, but you can't lift a planet that way. You're going to explode the planet if you meet with hostility. For those of you who are actual twins, because there's also, I'll get back to the twin dynamic a different day, but there's like real, genuine twins, and then there are twin echoes. And it's not like one is worse or better than the other. They're playing different roles, and all of these roles are absolutely essential. It's a sequential thing. You can't just take the twin echoes out. It can't be held by just like 12 twin pairs. That wouldn't be enough. We need as many as possible. So we had to do it a different way. We had to divide ourselves up and go down through as many beings as possible. So you can take the consciousness you can take an interdimensional consciousness and transplant the entire thing to another group over here in order to solve for a certain healing to take place. The healing is going in stages. The same way, you know, bandwidths exist, and you can't, if you want to lift an entire planet that has been in such density, or let's say it has experienced such tremendous trauma, you can't just, because you have to meet your population where they are. You must meet them where they are. You can't just snap your fingers at a baby and say, I command you walk. You know, I want you to graduate now. Well, this baby has a lot of developing to do. You can't, and a lot of healing, and it was a deep, horrendous trauma. Multiple levels, generations and generations and generations, and goes through all of these different beings. And it wasn't just the women and children. It was all of these beings. And you think about the very similar to the way Earth has been destroyed, where you've got factory farming and people decide to go be trophy hunters and kill something for the sake of killing it. The anguish was so extreme as a mother that I thought death was better. So two things happened. One, when that happened, it was a wave where the children who loved me so much, and I loved them, suddenly looked back at me and like they thought I was a terrible mother, because like, why didn't you protect me? There was parent-child separation, and it was so, the sheer degree of anguish was such that I seized and it killed me. It just killed me. And I blew us all up in rage, despair, and anguish, multidimensional anguish, and it happened very quickly. So, but I killed myself because it was also better. There was also rage, like, you can't have anything I make because I will not cooperate with you, and it's divine plan or nothing. So I really did start, not intentionally, and yes, I was provoked. So, but that's the reason my guides tend to handle me like I'm a bomb, because there are certain things certain things, like you do not fuck with my kids. You know, I'm going to try real hard to control this reaction that could, we want to maintain the connectivity, but it is such a deep trauma that you have to purge it without going into overload, without spilling it everywhere else, without it gutting all over the place, but you still have to purge it. So that's why, like, disclosure, it's like we're trying to finesse this thing, and it's not simple. Not simple. Is it possible? Yeah. So hold your horses. We got it. But it's not going to be handled by a savior figure. It cannot be held by just one person. It must be delivered to everyone who needs to learn to handle themselves, their own destiny, so that when somebody, and it wasn't, I'm not ever blaming them. They were children. They had no idea this could happen either. Neither did I. There is some pretty significant karma, though. So, and there were so many beings involved that it needs a lot of hands on deck to bring it back. So that's one of the reasons that there was a call out into space from wherever you happen to be. You know, if you want to come help us with this task, come help us with Earth, because we're trying to assemble all of these beings that went all over the place. And all these different dimensions, we're trying to reintegrate all of our aspects, and when we do, we're going to have something that has never previously existed. We're going to have a planet in 5 that has the divine blueprint, and more species. All the species are getting an upgrade, but we're also going to have self-determination, and in a different way. There's going to be, we will have solved the previous problem. We're taking our individuation up into group mind while still maintaining the divine blueprint. I did hear, I don't know if he was talking about something I said or not. I was listening to something, I think it was Mel Brand, who said something about, and actually, I don't disagree with him, but I think he might have, if he was talking about what I said, I think he may have misunderstood me. I was talking about the fact that we're going up, we're taking our bodies with us. I don't mean we're taking we're not taking the old bodies. we're not, anyway, I'll get back to that at a different time, or maybe I won't. Anyway, I didn't think that, if his video was referring to what I said, I think he misunderstood me, because he seemed to say a correction, and I was like, yeah, that's what I meant. Well, there's actually no disagreement there. Where was I going with this? Oh, so there's something having to do with, hang on a minute. Restoring flow from the Divine Mother to particularly feminine children. There's a, you know, like every force evolves a form, every energy evolves into something. So, oh, let me go back. This is it's a complicated, deep and extensive amount. There's a sheer quantity of information. It's very difficult sometimes to figure out how to present it, because everything refers back to something else, and I'm trying not to overwhelm you. The church, hang on a minute. Trying to figure out a way to say this. Because I want to talk about the church and the divine feminine. It's extremely topical, important at this juncture to talk about that. Certain things were done to the divine feminine, injustices that, okay, hang on. I know that there's a better way to say this. Let me start again. Not over completely. I just mean, hang on a minute. The base question as we go forward, the foundational question must be, how the hell do you get peace out of this? Is it possible? Absolutely. I have to say yes. Is it going to come from masculine doctrine and adhering to the third dimensional paradigm? Fuck no. Of course not. That's going to maintain separation and war. If you maintain the belief system that came from the church, which was required, because I want to get back to that too. If you maintain that the church system, and I'm talking about the Catholic Church, but really any church, any church like that. If you maintain that that must be the only way it operates, you will perpetually recreate an enemy and you will never find peace. Having said that, it's extremely important going forward to recognize the church or the structures that were put in place, they existed for a reason. We put them in place for a reason temporarily, and it's extremely important to learn how to function cooperatively with such a construct so that you see it for what it is, because I'm never going to tell you that it's appropriate to live there forever. It's not. Nonetheless, babies need cribs. Babies like to be swaddled. Sometimes things can get so out of hand that you need a very, very strong wall to go up and say, no, you're not going to do this. Does it take away free choice? Yeah. Is it more enlightened to say free choice exists, you do what you want? Yes, but sometimes there has to be a boundary. If you've got a force that is coming in, it's only going to be stopped by an equal and opposite force. So you can do that. You can either tap your brakes over and over and over and over and over and solve it little by little in layers to bring something to a halt. Or you can have this and this say no. An equal and opposite reaction coming together all at once will cause damage. Lesson learned. So you can tap your brakes, and both parties needed to learn, like the masculine force needed to learn too, because this planet had gotten so dense that in order to generate the movement and the feminine energy, in order to get that to come in, like balancing this thing has just been A multivalent process. So the twin dynamic, you know how difficult it is for those of you who are real twins, getting back to what I started to say before, when you when you meet your real twin or a twin catalyst, different for most of you who are not twins, and I don't mean twins like brother and sister, I mean like your twin flame. When you have that catalyzation, will it bring you to a place of purity? Yes. Will that bring up every last little trace of your ancestry? Yes. That's what it's designed to do. We're trying to get all the crap out of the way. That means all of your ancestral baggage is going to be purged and purged and purged. It's going to be no pig. It's going to be horrible. So you don't want just the two major players to come together like that before complete healing has happened. Because damn, you're just going to get another explosion. We don't want that. So one thing we decided to do in order to balance this is we take a masculine planet. We're going to try and get the feminine energy. You're going to try and restore this planet. This was a good one. We took the Hebrews. We came in with a particular group of population, and we began there. And I'm not going to get it all into history today because there are too many other things I want to talk about. But parent-child restoration. We're trying to restore the connection between, especially mother and daughter. The reason it's all parent and child though. It's all parents and children. But particularly the feminine. The feminine has received such disgrace, disrespect, and been treated, just trashed so badly. Diminished, ridiculed. Carmen Lizardo and I came down in the energetic construct as two equal sides, equal points, two portions of the triad. I've got the feminine. It's feminine, also child, though. That's the thing. These things are interchangeable. It's and they're equal, and they're not even opposite. But there's a reason in the Joan of Arc lifetime that you had Joan of Arc, the child warrior, and then you had Isabeau of Bavaria, and we were linked energetically, and she was maligned. At the Joan of Arc lifetime, we set up certain things. We had to separate it in order to get a certain thing to happen, in order to get the child population to command itself and get more maturity so that it could defend itself against invaders. And in order for that to happen, we had to reroute certain energy that would be held by the mother, contained, so that it was a protective mechanism as well. So that whole Joan of Arc lifetime reinforced as much as it helped, because it did help, and it was part of a process. Like sometimes, like the whole idea you've got to break eggs to make omelets or whatever. Sometimes in the process of addressing, correcting something, protecting something, preserving something, restoring what was damaged, you can't do it in one gulp. You're going to have to do it. We decided to do it in 2 trips. So you've got the divine masculine, which is like the one point of the triangle. Remember the triangle, the equilateral triangle I was talking about? We're trying to get back to equality, but you can't do it all at once. The snarky part of me wants to say we could, if we had our planet back, we could do anything we wanted to, an instant manifestation with magic. But that's the snarky part of me. Is that still possible? Yes, but you can't do it right now. Not from where we are. You have to get there, and then you have instant manifestation back. Which the masculine can also have, by the way. It's not strictly limited to feminine power. And it has nothing to do with whether you're a man or a woman, because that's bullshit. We're really all about androgyny. When we go up higher, we're really going for the masculine and the feminine energies contained equally in each individual, so that they have full creative ability themselves. That's really what we're trying to do. So it's not just held by one savior figure, so that you don't give your power away to either a church or a parent, any parental organization. Nonetheless, those things did serve a purpose. So I'm not sure if it's going to happen today, but I do want to talk about making peace with, what do you do with the anger that you feel? Boy, am I the right person to talk about this. That's why it's my job. What do you do with the rage, the understandable rage that we feel at the church, the Catholic Church, the pedophiles in Hollywood? Let's see, name it. Name an institution that hasn't been completely fucked. How do you harmonize that? What the hell do you do with all your anger? And the answer is, the first thing you have to do is get rid of it. You have to purge it. Is that going to happen by pretending it's not there? No. I'm not sure that we're going to talk about it in this conversation, but I do know that I'm going to be talking about that a lot. They've already told me about that. That we've got to talk about creation, because we're oh, and I also want to talk about Camille Ochoa too. I had I've said that my sessions are sequential, my live streams are sequential, and it's always significant. Whoever I speak to when I have a private session with someone, I always know what we're here tweaking. Like, they show up and I know that they are a representative of a group. Always. And so I know what group they represent, and I know that whatever, because they're all connected, because we're always connected. So it's kind of like if I'm if I was a general in an army in the lower dimensions where conflict exists, what I really am in the higher dimension is, now that we're going into the higher dimensions, my role is the same, but it changes. My guides keep saying, you're really the conductor of an orchestra, and they've given me this job because I've also, apart from the fact that I've got horrendous group karma, have to reorganize this. I was also, I was John Stanley, and I have a substantial degree of past life experience with orchestras and, pipe organs and very large choruses. So my role changes from one of general of an army, but it's the same skill set. Do you see how it's the same skill set? And I also really want to talk about more about the energetic dynamics of groups, and it's important. The reason I keep going back to the construct is because it's going to be directly, they're going to be practical tools that you can use. My darling children, you can use all these things, and you're going to need the skills in place. But I do wish, even I wish I could maintain a single topic, because I know that I was trying to say something that I forgot. Hang on. Because I definitely want to talk more about Carmen. I do want to say too that nobody is a lost cause. Like the places where we're not getting along, and I have to go back and apologize to Michael Withall, because I said something when I said that he would never be king. That's not necessarily true. It's just that so far there's a refusal to work in cooperation with the only person who could help him. I shouldn't say the only person, but the people. I'm asking myself this question. Is that true? Is that the only? The people who have the, let me just say, because for some reason this stepped forward to be addressed, so I'm saying this now. When I said that the Dauphin would never be a king, in my live stream, in Joan of Arc, I defended him completely. The other day, when I spoke in haste and I said he'll never be a king. That's not true. There are certain errors that, instead of addressing it, there are certain ways to handle a complicated problem. Put it that way, yes. There are certain ways that a very complicated problem can be managed, can be healed. Is something a lost cause? No. Also, karmically speaking, there's no such thing. You're going to have to deal with whatever mess you made, so that if you find yourself in a situation where, okay, you screwed something up, and you did. I've been there too. I've screwed something up. I blew up a planet one time. I can tell you from personal experience that ignoring it is not possible. You can try. Will it work? No. You're going to have to go back and fix it. If you, well, how do I want to say this? I know from personal experience in my own life, in this lifetime too, like when the Joan memories first came back and I remember the planetary explosion, I remember what I was supposed to do here, and it looked like genocide, because it was. Like I was looking down certain timeline trajectories, and I got the reality of it hit me like, oh my God, I did this. The horror of the mistake, like I don't even know how to fix this. This is so terrifying, that what you want to do is shut down and never look at it again. That's a baby's error. You're never going to be given something by God where the solution is not also going to be given to you. You don't have to do it all at once. You do have to fix it. You do have to fix it. If you don't fix it at there's going to be an optimal time to fix it. We wish certain mistakes didn't happen. There are going to be certain optimal times to make an adjustment, and then if you ignore it, or if you allow certain windows to pass, the problem is not going to go away. It's going to expand over time. So higher selves work to guide us along our path, and everyone is in our life for a reason. I would say, if you have found yourself in a situation where you, hang on. If you have found yourself in a situation where you know you made an error, and I'm getting ahead of myself. I've got like three different streams of of information on this topic, and they all need to be addressed. I'm not sure what to do. Hang on a minute. I'm trying to figure it out. And that's the way you should address it, by the way. Number one, because this relates to a lot of people. There is a situation in this lifetime which we had an opportunity to heal a certain location, Rifton, New York, where an opportunity was badly handled. It was mishandled. And rather than going into healing, it went into further war. A mistake, rather than being addressed when you knew about it, when you first discovered it, and you feel a sense of like a huge oh shit moment. You discover something and it's so big and so terrifying, and you suddenly recognize that you have way more responsibility for this than you realized, and you realize suddenly that you have been going in the wrong direction. And I'm speaking specifically of, I know that there are a couple of people in our construct, I know that their memories have come back, and I was accused in this lifetime, me personally. I was accused, wrongly accused. I told the truth, and somebody knows the truth. I know the truth. And I'm saying the truth like there's something that factually occurred. I know that everybody has their different version of the truth, and I'm not denying that. Nonetheless, there's something that occurred. And I spoke, I opened my mouth, and I was honest about it. And somebody took that opportunity to twist the narrative because they didn't want to take responsibility for having been any part of it. And so they turned it back around on me and lied. I want to go on record as saying that I do have compassion for your situation, having also seriously fucked something up once. I blew up an entire planet. So I can tell you from personal experience that this kind of problem does not vanish on its own. If you know your floor is collapsing, you want to ignore it, but, or maybe you don't want to ignore it. You want it to just be fixed, but it's not. You know that it's collapsing. There's a way to handle that. The way you handle it is you go into the basement and you say, where is this floor collapsing? Why is this floor collapsing? The floor collapsing is a metaphor. It did actually happen, but the floor collapsing, every force evolves a form. So if your floor in your bedroom is collapsing, you need to look at why. If you just pretend that it's not collapsing, or it wasn't me, maybe it wasn't you, but you know that it's now your responsibility to fix it. You do have a responsibility because it's your house and it's your bedroom, and if your floor is collapsing, don't push the dresser over it and cover up the hole and pretend that the hole isn't there because nobody else knows it's there. Do you know it was there? You're going to have to go look at that. The person who can assist you is the person that right now you are refusing to deal with because you think that the relationship has had so much damage that it's irreparable. This is the thing that you need to reconsider. Because the person who knows about interdimensional harmonics is me. So by saying there's been too much, you know, I'm never going to get a second chance, or conversation is over, or there's too much damage, I can tell you that I'm a compassionate person. And I will work to solve whatever the problem is. I will go in directly, and usually because I've got a vantage point that maybe not, that I know where everybody else is on the, in the construct. And from my vantage point, because I've got the aerial view and I can look through all of these dimensions, I can see how to get through. And so the reason that certain problems seem irreparable and you can't see any way out of it, the reason you can't see any way out of it is because you're refusing out of pride, and you want to be perceived a certain way, and you don't want to lose. You're afraid to admit to your family, your tribe, your the people in your household, the people that you sold a false narrative to, when you knew that you need to admit the fact that I made a mistake and I said something about this person that was false. You can couch it in such a way that you can say, I made a mistake, but you do need to fix it. It will not go well for you. It won't go better for you to hold it inside and keep the facade in place and just pretend, because you've got this person has a tremendous amount invested in being seen as a good person, being seen. Like right now they're kind of all Five of Swords, like they want to win so bad, they just want to win. That will not bring you harmony. It won't bring you harmony. It will bring you a life living in as basically kind of a hidden villain. If you want to reclaim the situation, you can still, it's possible to get justice. It may not happen the way you think it has to happen. There is an alternative solution that you're not aware of because you don't have that vantage point. Right now, when you're locked into a third dimensional belief system that something must go this way, this is the way it is. When you're locked into that, you only have one option, or you have a very limited array of options. It's either this or that, and you're in a constant state of anguish. So there is a much more fluid way to go about it, but it's going to require honesty on your part. And you are going to have to go to certain people, especially. You're going to have to be brave. You're going to have to summon yourself to your own authority. And sometimes it's, you know, the spiritual journey is funny because there are these, there's a paradox where one of the reasons you know you're developing is because you can see both sides that are equally true. Appearance can be changed. Vibration cannot. Sometimes, you know, we say sometimes act as if. If you want to manifest something, you act as if it's true. That's a great strategy. Sometimes that is exactly the right strategy you need. And sometimes you have to be careful that that doesn't shift into self-delusion, because acting as an authority figure who always knows what to do, and then somebody says, by the way, you know, you did lie about this. You're not actually authentic at all. You are all facade, and the inside of you is terrified. Sometimes you might actually really want that fortification. Be careful, that you don't fool yourself that that's the reality. Because if there is actually also a tremendous power and you can reclaim your soul through, I would say, something more like confession. I don't mean the formal kind where you go to a church, but there's a great deal of power. You can reclaim yourself. You can reclaim yourself and summon yourself to your own authority. If you can really be honest about something that you screwed up and then say it. Tell the person who needs to know. And in this case, it's going to be somebody that you live with, and several people that you live with, or people in your circle. And you need to be able to risk disapproval. It's so interesting. The third dimension has a version of something, and then the fifth dimension has a different version of the same thing. The fifth dimensional version is natural. The third dimensional version is usually false. It's a lie. That's what it's like, as above, so below, but it flips. It flips upside down. It's reversed, but there's a that's the 3D matrix. The 3D matrix, the idea of group mind, is much maligned because in 3D, the group is like the sheeple. It's like group mind, where you just go along with what the crowd does, and you don't want to be. There's the idea that there's safety in numbers. That's also the trap, because it appears like there's safety, but really you're being steered. And in order to get up to the fifth dimension, and so a lot of the manipulation, the archons, a lot of manipulation of the third dimension occurs in the fourth dimension, because that's where it occurs. You can stay out of body, and there has been, because we're leaving it now. Once we're in 5, we're not in 4 anymore. But in 4, there is still a lot of manipulating of forces, like groups that get pulled one direction or another, by virtue of vibrational drift, your own tendencies. So you can choose to stay in the third dimension, but there's a lot of fear there. And then if you stay in the third dimension, you are subject to all of the laws of the third dimension, including karma. Which means if you have allowed, or if you've been complicit in an injustice, particularly when you know about it. In this case, this is somebody who knew I was telling the truth and chose to, they believed they were protecting themselves, or they were scared. I understand that. I do understand that. And I'm not a uncompassionate person. And I give repeat chances a lot. Nonetheless, there is a certain amount of justice that needs to come back to me and my people, because it has been grave injustice. And I want to go on record as saying I am willing to assist in solving the problem, because it can be solved. But in order for that to happen, you need to accept help from the only person who can help you. Who was sent to you to help specifically with this massive fuck up. And instead of saying, okay, I'm willing to learn, you ran the other direction and threw rocks at me, and I was really only there to help. And now matters are worse, because you've doubled down on an error. So it's kind of like if there was a massive oil spill that started on your watch, and you're like, well, I'm going to fight fire with fire, and I'm going to add another oil spill on top of it because I don't like oil spills, and it's that person's fault. So you just start throwing shit at it. Now, not only is the first problem not solved, you've made a bigger problem. But in order to fix it, you will have to change tactics. Otherwise, you're going to be you're going to be doing what I'm doing. You're going to be doing it way far down the road on your own planet. It's going to be bad. I suggest cooperation. I'm willing to cooperate. I think that we can still achieve a certain degree of success. I think we can still pull the situation out of the gutter, but action needs to be taken, and it will not happen through me solving everything just on my end, particularly when I've been given no resources. So that takes us back to the church. And when I say me, I mean I'm group. I mean my entire population of people. So we're talking about the entire feminine collective that was treated badly by the church in general, treated badly in general. So how are you going to fix that? One thing we need to do is figure out a way to you need to reconnect the two feminine aspects. So I'm not entirely sure how. I'm not entirely sure how this is going to happen. I'm aware of about 5 different potentialities that are all squirrely, but I would prefer it to be direct myself. That's just the way I am. But I can see potential ways to harmonize certain things. Whether they'll be accepted or not is another thing. Damage was done, and when people are damaged, they put up barricades. So one of the things that happened in this lifetime is we're trying to in this lifetime, it's like we're so many steps into addressing the planetary explosion, but we're also trying to come back from the Joan of Arc lifetime because that was kind of an additional fuck up. It's like a step that went awry in the long-term plan. Is it irreparable? No, it just requires rerouting, and we'll fix it. And where are we going to go? We got all the time in the world. There is no time. So we're either going to fix it or we're going to fix it. Basically, we're going to fix it. And joy abounds. So I don't want anyone to get despairing. We're going to fix it. So what was I going to say? I don't know why this just popped into my head. I don't know why. I wonder if I guess I'm supposed to say that. The other day, I was at social services again, and I don't know why, because they don't give you anything. The third dimensional system we're cut off from it. Like I'm cut off from it now. I can't literally, it doesn't work. But I was at social services, and my food card wasn't working. No money on my food card. And again, I can't tell you how many times I've been back there. It works for other people, doesn't work for me. My energy is not in alignment with that. My energy is very much in alignment with a higher dimension and universal flow. And if we can get that fucker working, we will all get fed. The third dimensional construct is there to starve the populace. I vote we change it. But I don't know why this is popping into my head, so I feel like I should say it. I was there and I had to go up to the window and I said, my card isn't working. And they said they were going to give me another card. So I went to this office after waiting for a really long time. I went to this office and they have a chair set up. You're supposed to get your picture taken for your food stamp card. And just as she's taking my picture, this lady, she's telling me a story. So usually I don't go around mopey, but she's telling me a story as she's talking to me, as she's typing in some stuff and she's adjusting and she's going to take my picture. And she told me a story about, I don't know, I don't particularly care. I was just listening. I had a compassionate face on. I thought she's telling me a story about somebody that she just, I don't know, her daughter or something has the same birthday and something happened and she told me some minor sob story from her own life. Like, this happened and I was supposed to meet, but my daughter didn't come. And without warning, she snaps the picture right when I'm listening to her story. I've kind of got a sympathetic face on, but it wasn't a sympathetic face. I look like, was it Huckleberry Hound? It was like, remember that cartoon, Huckleberry Hound, where I'm like, oh, like I was listening to her, and on my food stamp card, which is going to be denied anyway. It's like I go and it declined. It's always declined. I know always. Sometimes it works. It's like, but it's bare minimal anyway. At any rate, I just thought it was particularly funny because there's this image on this card of, it's not exactly how it appears. I don't think I walk around with this face a lot, but it sure is representative of the population that I'm carrying. Because it's just a face. I mean, I should show it. I should find it and hold it up on camera because it looked like the most pathetic, like, oh God, rape. And it's funny, they give you something terrible. It's like $135 for the month. It really is lean, I'm telling you. So where was I going with this? But so I know that I went into this population in order to give them because the connections run in two directions, right? So I deliver an energetic transmission that is going to go out to this particular population that I'm carrying in order to get a certain frequency to them. And it changes. Remember I was talking about the orchestra? If I'm an orchestra conductor, each of the people that I work with is kind of like first chair of a particular instrument, except so in the third dimension, it was where there was conflict. I was a general. That was my job down there. And it was all about battle. And to a degree, I'm still working in that realm because there's still a certain amount of that's going on. And so I go into these populations to assist, to deliver an energetic frequency of entitlement. Entitlement is usually, it gets a real bad rap, but we need that the same way, like narcissism has it gets a very bad rap, but you can't go around all empath all the time without a certain ability to contain your own field and not give a flying fuck what anybody else thinks, not feel everything from everybody. You need, all of these things must be in equal measure. And it's really only going to work when all of this, the when it's accessible, when you need, one of the things you need in order to go up to 5, you need all of these skills, because it's a skill set, it's a toolkit. It's like a tool belt. You're gonna have to have access to all of these things. So when we go up and we function in a group, hang on a minute, I'm gonna get back to that. I do have to get back to it though. I love you all so much. Really, I really, really do. Like, I feel it when you guys are on. I really do. I was talking about group dynamics, mother-child energy going back into the flow of abundance. Incredibly important. We have to get the frequency of love and free flowing offering back there. It's this frequency which must come back to the population that requires it. Separation is fucking stupid. We need it to a degree to have self-determination. And there are some people, there are some individuals that will benefit from that, experiencing that lesson, because they need more fortification of the individual essence. So in our energetic construct, Carmen Lizardo has been, well, we flip. We actually go around in a circle. There's a rotation thing, because has been holding that that portion of the matrix, and very well. We needed it. It's a it's like when, kind of, boy, I'm explaining this badly. There are certain portions of the I want to use the term matrix, but it's also not correct. We're doing two halves of the same job. We had to divide ourselves because different populations require different ability, different bolstering. It's like this population needs the one thing, this population needs something entirely different, but they're both feminine, and we have to get, there's a mechanism that we put in place that was invented, and then Josh is the bridge that holds the two, that gets it, it kind of maintains it and keeps it it keeps it held, and that has been an incredibly important job. And then we had a rotation in place to get the population up and running, so that by virtue of vibrational drift, each population picks up the frequencies that each one of them requires. So it's an incredibly nurturing system, but the flow must be maintained. The connection must be maintained. If you, as long as we were in the Joan energy, we had to have division as well, because there was too much hostility from the 100 Years' War. So if she takes half to address and I take, well, half, because we all did it in thirds too. Anyway, whatever you put in, you had to take out. There was in order to keep the purity of the light, to get the light actually to go in there, darkness had to be removed and held. So she took that job, all of these jobs are just horrendous. they're just horrors to experience. But that's okay, because we're gonna fix it. We're gonna fix it. We are fixing it. It'll be okay. I burst into tears today earlier. This is a little side note, but it matters. I have she's on her task. I know what job she's doing. I know what job I'm doing. I don't know what's happening in like their lives, their personal lives. I haven't spoken to them, but just this morning, I felt like I was stabbed in the chest. I like such an incredible deep grief, so suddenly, and it felt like something was lost. Or I don't even know what it was, but it was very similar to the grief of when my children were damaged. I'm wondering if memories are starting to come back to certain people, either Carmen. I know that Michael, I think it's Michael, who has remembered some recently. Sometimes I'm not entirely sure who remembers what, but I know that because we're all telepathic, and but because of density, certain people are recovering their memories at a different rate. Mine came back very quickly, almost immediately, all at once, and I had that traumatic experience of suddenly remembering, and then nobody knew what I was talking about, so everybody thought I was crazy. Nonetheless, I'm telling the truth. Their memories are going to come back too, and some of them have. And then certain people are now finding themselves in the position of like, oh, she was telling the truth. I know she's not crazy, but I know that I've done this to her. Now what do? I can't make any kind of an offer. I don't have any money. But there are certain people who do have karmic jobs, and there's no getting out of that. So now what do? We're in a little bit of a bind, and nobody's talking to one another except at night when we all see each other in space meetings. That's an interesting problem. I shouldn't say it's a problem. It's a challenge, and we're solving it. But today I suddenly felt terrified that something either had happened to Carmen, or you know how sometimes when you love something, you suddenly feel it felt like a severing, but I don't want to, and I don't want to run over there and find out if she's okay. I don't want to intrude, but it felt like a death or a huge loss, or I remember that grief. There's a particular feeling of, you know, like having a child be mortally injured, or it feels like that. Like, oh my God. And you have to go rush and help immediately. It has a particular energetic signature, and that was it. And that's what I felt this morning. Anguish. I felt anguish of separation of mother and child. That's what I felt. Because the love has always been there. There's always love. And it's also sisters. And this is one of the things that's represented in Frozen. There's a separation in Frozen, and we're talking about the exact same thing. Anyway, what did I say I was going to talk about? I said I was going to talk about something. I said, remind me. I think we're like 4 hours in or something. Hang on a minute, because we want to talk about the financial system. Let's see. Believe it or not, I have all these notes. I haven't looked at any of them. Oh, the other day, in my previous live stream, I was talking about cat's whiskers. I was talking about getting the frequencies that you need from an alternate source, the way synchronicity works. So the way synchronicity works is that if you want something and you are unable to get it from a particular, from the source, a specific source, let's say that person is blocked for whatever reason, and you're unable to get it from that, the universe can send somebody else who has that avenue, those particular qualities. They can send it to you via another source. This is called Jacob's Ladder, by the way. Water hot, cup and saucer. The example that I used, I said, sometimes, like, I know that everything that comes out of my mouth, you wouldn't know this, You wouldn't know this at all. That's why sometimes the overview, if you know everything, having the overview is really good, because then you can see, oh, I see why this relates to this, why this, I see exactly how this lined up and the way it all connects. But if you're isolated, you would never know that. I used the example the other day of when I was talking about not being able to turn off senses. And I had said, for example, if I walk through Bread Alone, which is a cafe in Woodstock, Bread Alone, the fact that it's called Bread Alone is significant in itself. I was talking about walking through Bread Alone, and if I need the frequency of I used the example, it just came out of my mouth at that time, the example of needing something that was long and thin. And I for some reason, that was just the example that came out. I said, the universe might send you, if you need that frequency, the universe might send you a waiter to walk past you with a plate of spaghetti. And if that's not enough, you might also get a cat who has long, thin whiskers. And I had said something like, the waiter walks past you. So the plate of spaghetti isn't necessarily the thing that you're going to get, because I said the waiter walks past you with a plate of spaghetti. So maybe it's not the physical nourishment that you're going to get, but you're going to get the cat's whiskers, because when I said it was something like the cat comes in, and then I said, well, they call me Kitty in my soul group, my soul monad, my soul family. I have a nickname, and they call me Kitty. It's kind of like a nickname for like baby lion. And I know that all of these things are significant. So there's something about reconnecting the mother and the child, or the two sisters. The feminine energies need to be reconnected, because one of them is perpetually giving and the other one is perpetually receiving, but both of them have a block in the center. And the way this happened is during the 100 Years' War, when we went down to attempt a resolution of that. And there were 3 of us to attempt in the original triad. We went down as a group of 3 originally, and then there was another one who came in, and then we pulled people in as we needed. Beings came in, but the original construct, Josh went down first. You had to land as a masculine, because it was a masculine planet. You have to meet your people where they are. So he landed as a masculine, king. And then he was married to Isabeau of Bavaria. And then I came down as Joan of Arc. I was a child, but I was also the figurehead, the horn of the rhinoceros. I always use that example. But I was like I merely held the physical vessel. There were always, there were 3 of us. But then Josh died before I even landed. Nonetheless, the construct had established, anchored that template initially, but took a tremendous hit for, it was incredibly dense. And that's one of the reasons that he suffered a great deal and went in, because one of the reasons he got so incredibly sick in that lifetime. And they said it was mental illness, and mental illness. Yeah, but less illness than a product of density. It's a product of density and trying to get different bandwidths. They call you crazy because they don't know what it is. It's not crazy when you know what it is. It's merely the future. We're just trying to get you guys on the right side of history. Hello, pigs. Who's squealing? That is Sister Celery. Are both of them squealing? No, that's only Sister Celery. She's squealing. It's important. That's why I'm asking. Yes? We have Sister Celery and Princess Squirrely Girl. Oddly enough, Princess Squirrely Girl is calm. She's really calm and stable, and Sister Celery is she's feisty and she's mad all the time. Not mad, but she actually should be called Squirrely Girl because she's very hard to catch. I can catch her. Where was I going with this? There's some reason I was saying that. Oh, the 100 Years' War. It was already a tremendous amount of conflict. And that's going to take me back to, how the hell do you make peace out of this? How do you get peace out of these things that seem so impossible to combine? Is it impossible? No. It requires a tremendous amount of forgiveness. I do need to get back to why the church is the way it is. And it directly relates to the divine feminine. And it relates to Isabeau Bavaria. Yes, it does. We had to have, in order to get any light to come into someplace this dense. By the way, this is going to help you if you are someone who is struggling finding forgiveness, because the way we're going to get out as a collective is to find a way to forgive what seems unforgivable. There's so much anger, and it's understandable anger. It's understandable. It's very understandable to feel fury and rage, and also terror and panic and survival and betrayal, because so much betrayal, because what we were taught is false. And now what do you do? And how do you find peace with that? And I'm telling you, there are certain things that I'm here to help with disclosure for this reason, because there is forgiveness that is it's the only way we're going to find peace, put it that way. Trauma is its own tractor beam. Trauma is its own connection. It's a situation that requires healing on such a deep and enormous level. Everyone's going to have to do their own part of it. It can't be done by just one person. Nonetheless, it does require probably a number of different teachers and people who can help other people who are experiencing something that, how the hell can you ever forgive this? This is unforgivable. It's very easy when you're dealing with darkness and density of that magnitude to what's the word? Slip into, it's a slippery slope. A certain amount of purging is required. So anger it's appropriate to get angry at certain things. There's a definitive process of healing. You know, like the certain stages of grief, and there are certain stages of ascension too. And we're waking up in sequence. It's all sequential, and everyone can get there. If it's your intention, if you're somebody who wants to ascend, or wants to heal, or wants to put this burden down, or how can I get out of this? Is there a way to do it? Yes. You're not, and everything is forgivable too. It's forgivable as soon as you're willing to let go of the judgment. So therein lies the rub. The rub is really, are you willing to let go of it or not? If you are rigidly adhering to a belief system that says it can only be this way and I refuse to have it any other way, this is the way it is, then welcome to your life. That's the way it's going to be for you. Make sure if that's the case. And sometimes, you know, there are certain times when, like I know that I went into a state of retreat when the Joan memories first came back, and they were so horrendous. They were so horrendous. And I felt it, man. Terror. Fear, isolation, terror, abandonment, betrayal on a scale that I can't even begin to describe. I threw myself into work, but just the sheer anguish and the amount of momentum, that's a nightmare from that life. It's not that I don't know the depth of that darkness, but I will tell you that if you're there, if you're going through this experience where you've got anger and grief and fear and hostility and anger, whatever it is, betrayal, rage, you can still come back, and you're also not abandoned. You're not abandoned. It often feels like you're abandoned. It feels that you have the separation itself is not something that's even possible, but you sure can have the experience of that if you choose. So it really boils down to choice. But for a while, the experience of isolation serves a purpose. Sometimes we just need to be alone to heal for a while because we can't even begin. Sometimes you just need to be alone. Remember that, like my elevator post I wrote, like everyone shits alone, it's a human universal. To if we need to process, let go of our thickest waste, you want to be alone to defecate. Everyone just shits alone. It's one of those human universals, of which in graduate school we learned that there are 9, and for some reason that's the only one that really stuck in my head. I would love to know what the other ones are. I should look it up. I forgot. If any of you were students at the New York Academy of Art and you remember any of Martha Erlbacher's human universals, the list that she gave us, that's one of them. I don't remember what the other ones are, but I know defecating in private is a human universal. No matter where you go in the world, that's one of those things that they do universally, with the exception of, you know, like toddlers. Like I know my my children. I remember them running outside to poop in the yard with the dogs once when they were toddlers. And we had company too. And I looked over and was like, oh my God, you guys. Go inside. Go in the potty. Anyway. No, it's pretty funny. But there is a way to find forgiveness. I will tell you that if you're somebody who's dealing with, because remember I said that the first wave, those of us who have done our thickest work already, our hardest work, we went first so that we would have the skill set necessary to assist the other ones who are still in there. And we're doing it in sequence. You know Dolores Cannon, the 3 waves of volunteers? There are 3 waves of volunteers who came to this planet to help. And not everybody, you know, everyone does this kind of at a different, at their own pace. And depending on how dense an experience you're in, it's going to take you that much longer to get out of it. So for example, because I was holding the light portion of that construct, that light and child, and because the energetic platform of my jurisdiction was a product of the other ones, it allowed me to go a lot faster. So in many ways, that really sucks. That's why I said, I mean, like as an experience, if I go first, or really Josh went first, but if I go first and I shoot out of my body and I go way up into light, into the 12th dimension, because somebody needs to go first who remembers what's going on. So I remembered it first. And then I saw down through 12 dimensions and I could get an overview of all of these different layers and go, oh crap. I remember this problem. And then I had to find my way back to my family who didn't remember who I was, or they didn't remember, like, you know, you've gone crazy clearly, and we don't want you around anymore. In order for me to get, is a hard thing to describe. In order for me to get that light and reach that height, the opposite thing must occur. It's just the way it works. It doesn't mean this person is bad. They're actually the person who is helping anchor the person who shoots up to the top. They have to go into density. There has to be an equal, you can't pull on just one end of a rubber band. It's one unit. The mother and child energy is one unit. So you pull, and in order for this, but this side got like for some reason got the credit. Like, because it appears, nothing is what it appears, kids. It appears like the light side is the hero, right? And it appears like they're taking the credit. And the reality of that is that this side is just as hostile, just as lost, just as horrible. I couldn't find my way back to the anger spot. I couldn't find it. I was like, everything, it's just a totally different operating system that the dark side is going to need. In order to get the planet to raise up, there is a new operating system and you're going to have it. The old ways will not work. The feminine must be respected. There's going to have to be equal exchange, equal giving and equal receiving. So if you're very physically based and you believe it has to be this way, if your mind is closed, you're going to stay there and you won't get the flow. You won't get the abundant flow from the divine mother who's trying, the divine feminine force that wants to flow this abundance to you. And similarly, if you are one of those light workers who, you know, the church did all kinds of crap, like telling the light workers its own people, in theory at least, its own people, telling its light workers that it's better to give than to receive. Well, it's a fine way to starve your army. Do you remember when, oh, here's what I wanted to say. I did want to say this. Do you remember in one of my live streams previously where I was talking about, and this is another thing, like I heard myself say it, and my point was correct, but I forgot to make the opposite point as well. I meant to get back to it and I forgot, so I'll do it now. Remember I was saying that like which will win? I had been in like around 2013, I was talking to somebody about which army will win. And I remember having this conversation in Carmen's kitchen. And I said, who was I talking to? Who's I talking to? I thought I was talking to Carmen, but it might have been Josh. I don't remember. I was talking to somebody about which army would win, and I had quipped like an offhand remark. I was like, oh, and I was before I remember the Joan memories too. I hadn't remembered anything yet, but I had kind of made an offhand remark. I said, whichever one I'm in charge of. And I think that's true. It's egotistical, but it's also right, because it's true. I'm not saying somebody else can't do it also, but you're going to use different tactics according to which side you're managing. For this reason, it is entirely possible, speaking about battle tactics, as long as we're going to talk about something that is more three-dimensional, because in the third dimension, this ascension process begins with conflict in the third dimension, and then it becomes harmony in the fifth. But the skill set is the same one. It is the same skill set. How do you work? How do you manage all of these different groups and get the results that you want? And it's all, I still maintain that it's all about how you get different groups to work together toward a joint aim. The main difference is in the third dimension, the goal is usually conflict, because each group wants its own result, and it requires an enemy in the third dimension. That's because that's where you learn about duality. So we've had too much of that, but we still have to talk about it. It could, because it does serve a purpose. We learn about, we learn self-identification. And sometimes you have to gear yourself to the population that you're addressing. So if we have, so Carmen has been, she has been the one of the primary matrix holders of the feminine aspect of the third dimension. So anyway, she has the ability to attract great quantities because she has been in holding this dark shadow, meaning it. I'm not explaining this well. It embraces, like dark and light advance in different ways. They just have different characteristics. The shadow can also be extremely nurturing too. It allows for rest. It kind of engulfs things. It contains things, and it conceals and holds. The masculine, the light side is very masculine, and it advances differently. It doesn't engulf, but it repels. So when we took two sides of the same thing, you have a child who has to have, because we're trying to strengthen the divine feminine and also protect children. So I took the protecting children aspect, but I needed to have certain qualities to that. I had to carry certain qualities into that physical vessel in order that my population get as much of it as possible. We needed child warriors. We needed children who would not be penetrated, because there was so much, it also led to more pedophilia. We needed to strengthen the population that was oppressed. We need to raise the divine feminine, but we had to start from a child, which is then going to become a warrior feminine. Yeah, female warrior. We were trying to bring the divine feminine back up to its rightful place in a full template that was correct. The restoration of the divine feminine template. But we have to do it in stages. So we started with Joan of Arc, who was an indigo child, who will not be contained and will not be manhandled and will not be violated. That's why the virginity was such an issue. The purity of the authentic nature being something that you do not violate. That was the first quality that we had to get into the population. And my guides had said my job in that lifetime was to go and turn the garden hose on and leave it running so that it would flood the earth with that particular vibration, so that the ground would be fertile and it would be saturated, so that at this time in history we could plant a different crop that would be the like all my people would be ready. But I'm not operating alone. I'm also operating with the other two people. Carmen Lozardo was Isabeau of Bavaria. She was also Vashti, if you know your Queen Esther story. The book of Esther, the divine feminine took a fat hit there too, of betrayal and being booted out. You can go read the book of Esther, because Isabeau of Bavaria, same soul who was Vashti. And the two of us were also David, and I participated as the child aspect of King David, because I'm always I've got this regrettable history being the divine child who goes up against this colossal invading force and says, no way in hell, I'm going to hit you in the consciousness, and we're going to blast energy back, and it's going to take you out by waking you up. It's actually not the stone. Yes, it hits you in the third eye, but it really is it's the energy that you attach to the stone, that it may hit your third eye, but it's just like a stone hitting your third eye isn't going to wake you up. What it really is the energetic propulsion that you've attached to the stone. In case any of you want to throw a rock at a giant, you want that to keep going and go through the pineal gland, because that's the thing that's going to wake you up. It's not merely having better intuition. You need a jolt of consciousness so that you can, it's also empowering the giant, is really what it is, if you think about it. The way David takes down Goliath. And I love the idea that you take a sling, and every time you rotate it, it gains in strength. It's an accelerant. And then when you fling the rock, it's very similar to the earth, if you bother to think about it. The earth we're going around, all of these cycles, and every time we come around, we pass through this area, the photon belt, and we get an opportunity to ascend. And every, I think like 3 times around, it's like, are you ready now? Every time you go around, it's more wisdom, and you gain, it's an increased degree of intensity. So I love the idea that that's how you take down any giant. You wind up, because spirals, anything that spirals has a quality of energetic acceleration as it goes down. That's why you move it around in a circle. That's why when we set up the construct, we set it up to rotate, because it rotates faster, and by the centrifugal force, things get more and more, both sides get intensified. The dark is going to get darker, the light is going to get lighter, and you're going to increase it, and you're going to get a bigger force. But that's the way you take down any any, you know, at the time of David, it was a giant who was the oppressive force. But now we've got industry. We have institutions. So social justice is brought down the same way. For real. It really is. But you need to hit them in the consciousness. From the perspective, you're never going to be able to make a lateral move by thinking of yourself as an individual. From the perspective of an ant, you're not going to be able to do it. You can be in the body of an ant, but your consciousness is going to have to be up here. Form is just, it's just form. It's like none of the power is in the form. It's only where it lands. This is just the place where things happen. But all of the majesty, the potency, all of the magic happens in the higher dimensions. And then you can just make stuff happen, and you can just send it down and land it into an ant, and it looks as though the ant was the one that did it. And that's not true. All the shit happens in all the magic happens energetically. And it's going to happen a hell of a lot faster too. Once, as we go up as a population, and our, you know, I can feel it. Can't you feel it? We go up as in vibration as a population, particularly when we group together as a collective in the higher dimensional populations, and things begin to move a lot faster. And you can think of something and you can beam it. Oh, damn, this is going to be a really long call. How, we're already at 2:36. Because I also wanted to mention, because it's related. Everything is related. That's why my conversations in my live streams tend to really migrate. But and like now when I'm starting to talk about this stuff, my body starts to move, and you're getting a different quality of energy. And the reason that's happening is because I'm pulling it from a different strata where this is all there is. You can still be calm, but why? You could be in a roller coaster too. It's fun. Everything exists for a reason. Like in a stream, there are rapids, and there are also nice quiet places. It's all the same stream. You can just pick wherever you want to go and go. It's great. I love you all so much. So I had this great session. I feel like talking. My daughter's not home right now, so I'm just going to keep chatting. I had this great session the other day with Camille Ochoa. And the wonderful thing, the wonderful thing that I've noticed about this particular juncture, this is great. This particular juncture, I recognized, I was excited for her session. She booked a session. And I was excited for it because I know that all of the sessions that I have with people are sequential. And I know what we're tweaking. It's very, very much like first we were in Bala when we were on the third dimension. It was all about addressing problems. Every person that comes to me they need something tweaked, and we're undoing something that relates to their entire group. And it's very much like tuning an orchestra, but only from the perspective, like if I'm the conductor and I'm only working with like the first chairs of every instrument, like the first chair violin, I've been through your, I've been a violinist, and I know exactly what this is about. I know how to address this problem because I've lived it. So when you meet with me, if you're a first chair violin, because you're the one who has, for some reason, you're the one that's a vibrational match, or on some level, you have been selected to be the one who's like a delegate or representative of your group if you come to me for a session. And we will address whatever your issue is, and it changes for your entire group, whatever group you're in. So recently, Sarah Adams and I had that call. It was an initial call. We're going to go back and that's telling us how things we thought maybe we knew how that was going to work. It's not going to work the way we wanted. So we're going to make some adjustments. We haven't given up. We haven't given up. We're going to go back. Don't worry. But she has been in Sedona, so when she comes back, we're going to get back to that. So at any rate, I was aware on that call of certain people, 2 of them, that I had to work with, and then Camille was there too. So I wound up working with Tim Wilding, and I know what we adjusted there. And then I wound up working with Abby, and our connection was broken up constantly broken up. And I know why that is too. And that's something that I'm going to go back and address with her. So like that tells me exactly where we are in the process. Like I know that Abby's energy is so high up right now. And I recognize the strata that she's in because I've been there too. That's where I went. She's like around Andromeda, and she's not grounded, and her like stuff's coming out of her mouth, but it's not entirely grounded. But like I know that she's doing a job, man. She's doing something really valuable. So I see what that is. I feel so incredibly blessed to work with these people that I work with. Oh my God. There are some people who wouldn't see that for what it is, but man, that is valuable what she's doing. I know what she's doing. Thank you. And then Camille was on. So Camille said that I could mention that because I asked. I said, do you mind if I mention this on a call? I had a call with Camille, and I knew because she was on the call, not knowing anything about her situation, but I knew from where she was in the sequence and where like we're at a turning point where it is no longer about only solving the problems. We're now at the point of developing the new creation. So when I connected with her in a private session, I was moved to tears. Big whoop, I cry all the time. It really does feel like my children coming home. It really does feel like my children coming home, or my family coming home. It's not, I don't mean that in the diminutive at all. Not at all. It feels like sister creators coming home. It feels like there becomes a point where like identifying somebody as, there is no hierarchy. All of these things are just turning. It's like you're the mother and the child and the sister and I called somebody a hammock the other day. They're very supportive. Although they're not. It's like I don't ever talk to this person ever. But the energy this person carries is like a hammock. And it was similar when I spoke to Camille. She was very, very smooth and good-natured about it. She's got the most emollient energy. The most I ran out of words. And sometimes my deliveries can be a little, some people would say bald, to put it mildly. But every time I tried to tell her what I was feeling around her energy, and I'm so glad that she's high in people in the third dimension hear things through third dimensional ears, and they have a tendency to get offended at damn near anything. It's like they're looking for a reason to get offended, which is why sometimes people get very offended. If I were to call somebody a plowed field, somebody hearing that through the third dimensional ears might not see it as a compliment, but I was so delighted to recognize Camille and her energy when we connected in our private session, and I said, it's like you're a plowed field. And that's not exactly a compliment in 3D, but she knew what I meant. And I could tell, this is true, that the reason that it indicated certain things. Remember, I was saying that every force evolves a form or a circumstance. So when it's her, and this particular energy shows up at the pivot point, and I recognized it as a pivot point. I know what Abby's doing, and I know what we just solved. I know what we just addressed in like in the sequence that tells me where we are. And then I know what she's doing. So that tells me that we're commencing something new. And Camille shows up, and she brings, because at this point, we're in a co-creative process. This is the 11 gateway. We're at the 11 gateway en masse with a big group of us who are in the 11 gateway. And the reason it's such progress. Every person I meet with one-on-one, we make an 11 gateway that gets their group through. And I don't want to say this. I used to be really worried especially when I first started doing private sessions, because I was like, what the hell am I going to do in a private session? I don't know what I don't know. I don't want to do anything. I don't read cards. I have like 80 card decks. I suck at cards. My guides actually told me to get card decks so I could, because I was way out there. I was like where Abby is. She's like way in, so far out that I couldn't even find my way back. And my guides had told me that in order to connect with other intuitive people who were actually grounded, I should study tarot and oracle cards, find a way in from the other way. Because like tarot cards, it's like part is very structured, and like Reiki, people like that. But like, how do other people access, like the bridge can go in both directions, right? If you're using an architect, a very structured system with archetypes, etc., if you're using that as a bridge for your intuition to reach up from a place of linearity, then in order for me to find my way back into a more linear or a more grounded, I don't know, realm, because I was so out in space, I couldn't reach my counterparts. I couldn't reach it's like, whatever. I couldn't reach them. And my guides had told me to use cards to find a way back into form. And that's why I have them. But I'm not a good tarot reader. So I'm really average, and I can't read for other people, and I can't put anything in linear. I just don't get information that way. My information comes from the world and the expanse and my actual experience and form and circumstance. So I can read everything, but I can't read something that came from somebody else. Really, really tough for me. So I was like, what am I going to do on private sessions? What do I have to offer? And I found out over the course of a long, it was a process of figuring out learning the way it works. It wasn't figuring out, but it was just like experience and feeling my way through it. But I did learn how to do it. I learned what I had to offer, the way I navigate. And what I discovered, like originally, I would get information I would schedule something, and as soon as somebody paid, this was in the beginning, as soon as someone paid, information would start flooding in for them, often days ahead of time. I would just know what was coming. And I took a lot of comfort in that, because at that time, At that time, I still needed a certain degree of structure in order, you know, to like, in order to feel safe enough to proceed. I was afraid of letting people down. I was afraid of not, you know, showing a blame. Like I'm not a psychic. I don't know. I just don't get information from areas near the earth. That's not where my information comes from. I get information from way up there about whatever the circumstance is. And I just have unusual qualities. And so I didn't know if anybody was going to like it. I didn't know if it was going to merge. I was just extremely I was worried about it. I was worried about letting people down. You know, what do I do if I don't know what I do. But I learned, number one, that once the energy starts to come in, the information comes in, and it's much more reliable, actually, than I had thought it was going to be. And then after, so funny the way spirit works, right? This is just my own process of growth. Once I started booking sessions and I calmed down a little bit, like, okay, I'll book a session and I don't have to know ahead of time. It'll come in. And then the periods of time, I started to get less information with not so much time in advance. Like it turned into, I would book a session and then I would go around the house getting objects or whatever feels like it wants to be on the table for a person. I would pull in these objects knowing that they would somehow carry a frequency that this person would need. And then that would happen. It would start to happen just like a couple of hours ahead of the session. And I am actually going someplace with this. It's not just an extended advertisement. And then what started happening is that one day I didn't get anything for this person, and I was really worried about it. And I actually delayed. Like I delayed, like because I didn't want to start the session because I don't have any information. Nothing came in for this person, and then I was like, I don't want to let this person down. What do I do? And so I started, and I thought, well, if nothing comes through, I'll just offer them I'll just offer them another session later. But what I discovered, and I remember the one it occurred with, I remember all my people. And she'd probably remember it too. And we were talking about the financial system of the United States, but I didn't know it was going to be that until she showed up. What we had started on that session, someplace I've got the date written down, Angel Divine. And when she showed up, she's another one. I said, do you mind if I mention your session on a live stream? And she was, I told her this, I said, you've got the most immaculate energy I have ever met in my life. And then I was worried because I was like, oh, what the hell do I have to offer you? Usually I'm here clearing up dirt, clearing up problems. And she came in this one time, I was like, man, you got nothing wrong with you. You are just spotless. And then I was so excited. She came and she had all of these crystals all over her apartment. She had this, well, it was to die for. She had these selenite columns and she had Kuan Yin up so what I discovered, because here's another thing, and I promise it's going to relate to whatever you're doing. There is information that's coming out of this. Hers was the first session because she had done all of this work and her own energy was immaculate. It was so clean. And I'm in New York. She is in California, and she's an accountant. I knew we were talking about, and because in our conversation too, I knew what she was here for. But when I started the session, not only had no information come in for her, which concerned me, because I was showing up as just blind. I've got nothing. I've got nothing. And then I showed up, she came on and I said, basically, what can I do for you? Like, what is the problem that we need to address? And she said, I don't know. She said, I don't really have any problems. And then it's like, now what do we do? What I discovered, we discovered, emphasis on we, what we discovered in that session was that that was the first session that it became a process of co-creation. And there's a bit of, like right now we're in co-creation too, but at that point we were still co-creating a solution to a problem. So what she and I did during that session, I know she doesn't mind if I tell you, we worked with, she had so many crystals, and so do I. And we wound up getting up from the computer, both of us, and we're like, oh, I want to show you this one. And we wound up gathering all of these crystals, and then we linked them, and we did a whole bunch of stuff. So we opened up an 11 gateway over the financial system of the United States. So I know that it's about we're doing it, we're starting it here, but we're intending to go, of course it's going to go global. We just happen to be working in the United States at that time. But we set up an 11 gateway over the financial system, for the financial system of the United States. So since that time, I have been working with everybody, and everyone that I've been working with it's been a co-creative thing that no longer shows up ahead of time. And what I discovered is that instead of, I had to reframe it, where instead of showing up and feeling like I was missing something and it was like I had a gap in my knowledge and therefore I wasn't ready, what I found out about partnership, and it was a deep lesson for me, and I've learned it, and I really flipped it. Now I'm very eager for it. I reframed it in my mind from, I don't have all the answers, therefore I'm not ready, to I've got an opening, now the other person can come in, and now it is going to be a collaborative effort. And now it allows room for the other person to have something. And this is how we're actually going to find harmony with what the perceived enemy. It was never actually an enemy. It was a co-creator all along, but you have to reframe it. The reason you don't know all of the answers is because the other person has the other half. Do you remember in Cinderella, when she comes down the stairs and they think all is lost because the glass slipper is broken? The wicked stepmother breaks the glass slipper, or takes, or whatever. I think she breaks it. And so Cinderella's going to miss out. And they've been trying to find her. But it turns out she had it. She's got it in her pocket. So you're really and it's all about creating your own destiny. It may not come with what you don't have to have all the answers. If you have all the answers, then you're not open to anything new, and it's only you, and you're going to wind up recreating the old damn thing. You don't want that. What you really need is the new to come in. So it's going to be okay. If you now have a gaping hole, so it allows something else to come in. And now, instead of viewing yourself as being inadequate and not up to the challenge, you can allow yourself to say, now I am ready to receive. It's a glorious thing, and it changes absolutely everything. But you have to get rid of hatred first. That's the thing about it. I don't like this. I keep changing this because I don't like that container. And I don't want, I'm finicky about the things that I feed, the influences that I allow to get to my viewers. And I don't want you to see cutlery. When I was, when my girls were very little, and we still watched videotapes, I used to unwind. I was scrupulous about their vibrational hygiene, what I allowed them to see. And I would unwind all of the videotape from their, like their Little Bear things and like all this thing. I would take out all of the Nickelodeon ads. I would take out all of the advertisements because they're allowed to watch Little Bear that's gentle and that has cello music, but no advertisements. I was really, really finicky about that. Vibrational hygiene is important. I only want you to have something good. If you want something that's, if you want to view cutlery, watch a different channel. But I want to have a pleasing, very wide array of, I don't like that red container. I'm going to move that. Afterward, I'm going to move it. I'm going to move this too. At some point, I'm going to have a different background. I set this container up, or I set this this chair up because Carmen was here for a minute. I love my lizard, and I'm letting my snake sleep. I'm still looking for another bird. I was thinking of maybe an African gray. It has to be the right bird. But for some reason I'm thinking they could be showing me an African gray because it's symbolic, because gray meaning harmony. It's like half black and half white. I'm thinking we might do, I don't know. We'll have to see. I just put out a call. What I do, the way I always choose my partners is I put out a call for a volunteer, an eager volunteer, or at least at the very least a willing volunteer. I don't want to rope anyone in. I don't want to say you, and you. I'm going to pull you like a. I always try to look for a delegate of their species who is willing to do the job, because you know, I'm interested in harmony and I don't want somebody who doesn't want to be here. At any rate, Tosh is he's a very good emotional support dog, and he's asleep in the red chair right now, even though you can't see him, but he is here. I always like to have animal partners. It's important. Delegates of their species who want to be heard. Would you like to say anything right now? Oh, he's snoring. Okay, what else was I going to say? I feel like I was going to go back and talk about something. One way or another, if you allow the universe a certain degree of flexibility and you're not too adherent to the to your old belief system, you're going to wind up receiving exactly the thing that is just right for you. It may not be exactly the thing that you thought it was. I don't know why this is bugging me. It's asymmetrical. I like more balance. And cat's whiskers. I don't know why this is important, but there's something about this being in a loop. Also, there is something about this being in a loop. Yes, there is. Because it popped into my head, my previous example of cat's whiskers if you don't get the spaghetti. So you don't get the physical nourishment, but you get the Cat's whiskers also being long and thin. I'm looking for the commonality. I'm looking for the commonality that leads to union. Because union comes from finding a commonality. Find something that links you together. It's going to train your mind. It's going to train you into positive habits if you're constantly looking for something to love. If you're constantly looking for something that connects you, that's a skill set. If you're compare that to constantly looking for something to find fault with, looking for the thing that's wrong, obsessive fault finding. That's a habit too. You're going to want to know, you're going to want to make sure that you don't cultivate that one, because whatever you come back, it's going to come back to you no matter what it is. What was I doing? Oh, this. So the idea of bread alone and needing to find commonality, the idea of cat's whiskers suddenly popped into my head, and I suddenly realized that I needed to talk about the new financial system, reconnecting mother and daughter energy in a loop, which made me think of bringing things back to a state of play, state of childhood, parent-child union. And when we connect that, I was thinking about cat's cradle. Cat's cradle, also they call me Kitty in my soul monad. So reconnecting the child aspect, child mother aspect. And then I had this cat's cradle loop. I've got a tower of toys over there. I used to be a preschool teacher too. Loved being a preschool teacher. And then, because nothing is ever a coincidence, when I went to pull this out of the container, it was caught, and I love this, it was caught, and so when I picked it up, out came this. I pulled it up, and it is this phenomenal, this is my favorite toy in the world, love this thing. Out came, and now it's tangled, this fantastic rainbow round. It's also a loop, but it's endlessly flexible. I find this thing incredibly beautiful. I just love it. And boy, is this symbolic of exactly what we're trying to do, exactly what we're trying to create. But it's also got this geometric structure, and it's also, it's like all inclusive, but it's also very feminine, and it's also in a loop, and it's also very flexible. And that tells me that if I just solve this problem, if I just get back to connecting this thing, it's going to lead me to this. Yes, it is. That's just the way spirit communicates. Nothing in your world is ever random. Everything it's something that's trying to get your attention. The way that spirit speaks, they will send you all kinds of things. Nothing's random. It's just a matter of recognizing magic. And here's where you've got this magic ability of perception. To recognize magic in something or view it as being suspect and decide it's nothing. You've got to be careful with what you determine is worthless or valuable, because it's going to take you in whatever direction you decide. The other day when I was with my daughter, and we were back in the woods behind Anna Divine, and when she was little, like almost all children, my daughter could see fairies. And even up until like a couple of years ago, she knew where the fairy nursery was too, not because I told her, but because every time we were there, she'd be like, oh, look over here. And she could see them too. And the other day we were there, and we were there with her friends the day they ordered the pizza and had it delivered to the car. And she said, just don't say anything about fairies in front of my friends because I don't want them to think you're crazy. And I said, well, don't you still see them? And she said, no, but she didn't want me to know. I don't think she actually can see them anymore. I think she has gotten, a lot of us go through that period of time, from like middle school to whenever it comes back to us, unless, at least in the past paradigm, many, if not most of us, go through a period of shutting down. It's usually right around the period where we become self-conscious about our physical bodies. And when we become modest, it's around the same time that we begin to shut down our senses because we're aware of what will other people think. And so we start to shut down our own awareness. That happens a lot. It doesn't have to happen at all. It's actually going to happen a lot less. The new children are, now that the only children that are being born are like new children or star children. And we're getting rainbow children now, and their abilities are going to, now when kids are born, it's going to take a lot more to turn them off. They're really not going to be shut down the same way. They're going to be born awake and stay awake. And the more we encourage that, we're going to get more people with expanded abilities all together. They're going to come in with their abilities all turned on. They're going to come in awake, remembering what they're here for, remembering, having access to their past life abilities. That would be nice. I can't wait for mine to come back. I hope it happens. I hope it happens in this life. I'd be just as happy, though, to die and come back in a new body. That'd be fine, too. Either way, I want my old abilities back, and we're going to be able to retain more of them. We're not going to shut down the same way. But one of the things you want to be aware of is where your own beliefs are taking you, because you can the day that, hang on. I was talking to in another session, I was talking to a woman who was just at this threshold where she wanted to know how to connect with, she's like maybe fairies. She's new on the path of spiritual development, mostly. Just waking up. She's another one who showed up and she didn't really know what she wanted. She's like, I don't know. She's kind of drifting. That I find to be such a sacred, oh gosh, what a great thing. It kind of takes it in a different way. It's like she was she was really an empty cup. She didn't have a lot of the spiritual knowledge, but she was very much an empty cup. And she said, I kind of, I have these 2 crystals I bought. She said, I'd kind of like to learn how to see fairies. We were talking a lot about that. And I told her what to look for. There's a path of development. And in the beginning, the thing that's going to tempt you, you're going to have this choice point that is so subtle. It's going to seem like it's nothing. And you're going to have this, because this is, I can say this with close to being certain, because it's this way with almost everybody. Unless you're one of those people who are born awake and you know it already and you never shut down, that does happen too. But if you're one of those people who are recovering their abilities, you're in the process of waking up, there's a predictable, very predictable, it's like puberty. It's like that certain things happen when a body goes through its own development to maturity. There is a spiritual maturity process also, and the stages are just as predictable. You're going to go through these changes. you're going to reach a choice point, a series of choice points. It's going to be a long series of very small choice points, not all major crossroads. Smash you in the face appear like a major crossroad. I know a number of people, particularly one person that I've been watching this person's development for a really long time, and she keeps missing all of these open doors. Like, you could have gone through, you could have gone through, you could have gone through, and it's because she didn't. I know, because I just know. I can see her energy, and I can tell where she's not seeing it. And she's not seeing it because she didn't recognize that that was a choice point. She did autopilot instead. It's not a judgment. I can just tell that that's what she's doing. This is somebody that I actually watched them lose the lottery once. And it's because there were about there was a window of time where she said, she had intention, where I want to win the lottery, I want to be a philanthropist. And she said it for a long time. She was doing conscious manifesting. But when these little doorways showed up, she didn't recognize them as the choice point. That it doesn't start with you landing a major opportunity to do the thing. It's going to start with a little opportunity that you take. And if you repeatedly don't take those opportunities, you're now sending cross messages. And over time, she wound up turning backwards and doing the predictable thing so often that her lottery win, which I watch things form. And I was like, boy, she has really got a strong potential for winning the lottery right now. But she received a lump sum of money, and rather than doing that thing with it, she put it towards something else. And it was also the choice that she made of where to put it. Like, boy, that cinched it, man. If you had applied it in a different way, you could have had a totally different result, very predictably so. Just like cooking. It's really just like cooking. If you take these energies and you combine them one way, you're going to get something very predictable. And you can actually learn to do this. Like, you see that thing, that's an open doorway. You can go right through there for real, like you really can. But if you make the old decision, a lot of it has to do with self-examination, where you're putting your priority. But in her case, like, I know that she wants to be on the ascension path, but she keeps making choices that are taking her back down. And there are a lot of people like that. Sometimes you just miss the little opportunities. The little opportunities really accumulate. So how does this relate to seeing fairies? It does, because there's a temptation. There comes a point very close to 0 point where you can choose. Let's say you've managed to get yourself to 0 point, and you've addressed. So this is where we are as a collective kind of right now. That's why it's so Genji. We're having this conversation. If you've managed to get yourself back to 0 point and you want to take off, you're going to create something new, and you want it to be something in the beginning, because this is new creation territory. There is no path ahead of you. The choices are going to be very subtle in the beginning. So if you're one of these people who are choosing to expand your awareness, and you're that brave, and you want to open up, you want to have expanded awareness, you want to experience God, you want to see fairies. What does a fairy look like? It's not going to appear. Number one, it's almost certainly not going to appear the way you think. that doesn't mean it's not ever going to be the way you think. But immediately, yeah, the part that you're going to have to worry about is the belief barrier. Fortunately, the great thing about that is that that's all in your control. You're never going to be able to change the belief barrier outside by changing the beliefs of everyone around you. You're not going to do that. But you can have complete authority, self-authority over your own belief system and what you're willing to open your mind to the possibility of. So if you are someone who wants to see fairies or dragons, or you want to have interdimensional sight, or you want to just see what else there, you know, I've never seen an alien, but, you know, people say ghosts exist or whatever. Almost all of the mythological creatures are mythological because they do actually exist. They don't exist in the third dimension. They were suppressed to the point where nobody believes them. You can't see them anymore. But you can see them if you wind up getting out of the third dimension. So it's just a matter of getting there. And the only thing you have to do to get out of there is to demolish your own belief system. And that's why Disney and the power of story to get through the belief barrier, entertainment, movies, is tremendous power there to be able to reach the collective consciousness to tweak the belief system and soften it to the possibility. Because before you can go forward, you have to at least have you have to agree that it's possible for something to exist. You have to at least have the ability to imagine that something could be true before you see it. That's actually really the way it works. So at the beginning, if you wanted, let's say, for example, you want to see a fairy. And we've all seen, you know, like Tinkerbell and all those, who was that wonderful illustrator? Is it Cicely? I don't know who it is. You know, that wonderful flower, she did all the flower fairies. Why don't I do know her name. I'm spacing it for a while. Anyway, she did all those beautiful flower fairies. So an artist's interpretation of what this one artist's interpretation of what a fairy looks like. And there are lots of them. When you first are, if you're somebody who's been conditioned in our culture, has been reared typically in, you know, the third dimensional, now in fourth dimensional, and you're on the ascension path and you want to open your mind to be able to have interdimensional sight and see, you know, whatever it is, auras, ghosts, dragons, fairies, you name it. Let's take fairies as an example. The first way they appear isn't going to be like one of those images. It's probably going to appear as, it's going to appear as a suggestion. And what that's doing, that's your choice point, and if you miss it, it all depends on your reaction. That's actually a doorway. So you can say, this is where you're creating. I am telling you, you're creating. Don't wait for the external circumstance to imprint itself on you. You can have that experience, but then that you're not so much the creator of it. In order to take your actual creative power, it's going to feel very foreign when you first start it. But wait until you get your just wait a minute until you get your sea legs. Be willing to stay with the uncertainty a while. Because once you get the swing of it, once you really just learn to, a little bit like improvisation, you're gonna reach, there is a point where you develop a certain competence with this creative ability that you can simply decide to see something. You see it in your mind's eye the way you want it, and you go boom, and it's there. That actually is going to happen. But you have to grow into your ability to create energetically. And that, in order for that to happen, you have to broaden your, you have to get past the belief barrier. And it is this compression zone. The compression zone is the belief barrier that is, it's like 5 is up here, where it's very open and free, and we have instant manifestation of whatever we think, or very close to instant manifestation of the things that we just bring it to us. Get there. So in the third dimension, the rules are, it's true if I see it. The problem with that is it's already been created. So whoever can get up here, that's why the fourth dimension is where these forces vie for control over the sleeping populace. The population in 3 who don't know how to, who don't create for themselves, they're kind of at the mercy of the creations of others who are higher than they are. So when we go up to 5, if you want to go up there, you must be able to command your own thoughts, your own emotions, and your own sovereignty of what is true for you. So you're getting your own self-authority back. And this is where, if you want to see a fairy, the first temptation where you're gonna have a point, because the first place where you start to go off of the 0 point, you're stepping away out from 0 point. Let's say you're on 0 point. You're on 0 point, and getting up into 5 is terrain that has not yet been created. There is no path. So you're going to have to create one. So you're going to have to make a decision. But from 0 point, since there is no opening, there is an opening, but you have to make it. That's the point. There is an opening, but you have to make it. It does exist. If you want to see a fairy, the first thing you're going to see is something that could be a fairy, or it could be something else. So here's your choice point, because in the beginning, fairies could come through as something that looks like orbs. It could look like, very often, flashes of light, little sparkles, or something. Now you have to be really careful, because there's going to be a temptation. There's a very predictable temptation to say it's just this. So this is your choice point. One of the telltale signs of a choice point that is this subtle is that you have the ability to see it one way or the ability to see it the other. If you choose a 3-dimensional explanation for the magic, then you just turned yourselves backwards toward the 3rd dimension. Your belief barrier is the most potent thing you can imagine. It has power like you couldn't believe. The reason they're trying to tell you it's nothing is because they don't want you to get out. If you see a flash of light and it occurs, and you have opened your mind and you've said, I'm choosing to open you've made the choice. I'm choosing to be on the ascension path, and I want to see a fairy. I want to open myself up to interdimensional sight. And then you see something out of the corner of your eye. It could be a ghost. It could be a fairy. You see something blow and you think, was that spirit trying to communicate, or was it just the wind? Number one, the wind is spirit trying to communicate. Trying nothing. It's spirit communication. You can choose to see the spirit there, and that's true. Or you can choose to say, it's just the wind, it's nothing. And then it's nothing, and you missed it. Think about the amount of shit that happens every day. The amount of spirit communication that is here for you to absorb. should you be open to it, is literally endless. It is literally boundless. The amount of bounty is literally, the abundance is so enormous, and constantly giving and constantly interacting. And everything, all the information you need will literally come to you. But you do need to adjust yourself to be able to accommodate it, be able to receive it. Fairies present in the beginning very often like teeny little flashes of light, but also, you know, ask for it. You can say, I want to see a fairy. I want to see a fairy. And then start, if you want to train yourself to actually be able to materialize things. And I do mean material, because in the fifth dimension, it doesn't mean we're without form. We're not without form. In this time, for this planet, in this ascension, we are going to have form, for physical, tangible form in the fifth dimension. There are other planets who ascend in light body, and they drop all of their material form and they're light. You can have that too. But in this particular one, we're doing this fantastic thing where we're going to take a fifth dimensional reality and still have tangible stuff, but it's going to be completely different. We're going to be living in a totally different reality. But that doesn't mean that it's less real. It's not less real. It's just way better. Better if you like happiness. Believe it or not, here's the funny thing. There are some people who find that threatening. Believe it or not, there really are. It doesn't mean they're bad people. There are some people who have been so traumatized that they feel that anything that is not already tangible is suspect, seems frightening, or it seems like it has to be, that's too good to be true. I was accused, and I do mean accused one time. I mean, like, vehemently, they're angry. So many, often, she did this a lot. This one woman that I worked with for a little while, very dismissive, very condescending, but somehow she wanted it too. It's like she wanted to follow me for a while. I was working with a woman for a while, and she had virtually no money. And I kept telling her, well, this is what we have to do. And she said, well, that's magical thinking. That's just crazy. That's magical thinking. You know, and we're taught that don't indulge in magical thinking. Like, what? There's also the same person kept was pissed all the time, always negative, and was very cross. She kept telling me how much that she just had to pay back this $10,000 that she owed. And I said, well, what if all debt was forgiven? You could just go to this. It would be, maybe for her, it might not be faster. She's got a certain amount of work to do before she can change her belief system. But I could also tell that she was a light worker who, it's so interesting. Sometimes we get to these places where she was one person where I could tell that I was in her life to try and help her pivot and go in the direction that she said she wanted to go to. She said she wanted to go, but she was really determined, and I really do mean determined, to maintain her negative thinking, maintain that she had to stay on a timeline, and you have a date, you have to be reliable, you have to, and yes, you can still be reliable. It's just a different kind of, there's a different kind of security. But she was very committed to the idea that she was $10,000 in debt. And I said, you know, there are these timelines that you could, if you change your thinking, you could go this direction and change the timelines to where all debt is forgiven, and it's only $10,000 anyway. And rather than going to casino and being around that kind of desperation, feeding that desperate energy, you could, if you could saturate yourself, marinate in the energy of trust and abundance, and you're going to reach, not only you're going to be a hell of a lot more comfortable, that will all, just the fact that you're more comfortable and not in a state of desperation will assist you in reaching the state of abundance and being debt free that much faster. It really does work that way. But we have to get your vibration up fast enough to where you can bring the abundance in. And she wasn't going to have any of it at all. And I actually don't even know what happened. One day she found something to be offended about and cut all our ties and left. And I think it was more out of just like rock hard puzzlement. Like she couldn't figure out what I was doing, and she just got annoyed, and she's like, we're not friends anymore. I was like, all right. That was that. But it's so interesting. That is one of those things that like she could control, and I feel that she'll probably get herself out of it. And I'm here to work with her anytime. But it's so interesting that she's another person who could talk to Sekhmet. Like one time she called me in the morning and she said, I'm coming to pick you. Well, she was pissy. She's like, I'm coming to pick you up, Sekhmet. I was talking to Sekhmet this morning, and she said, I've got to take you to see where the Arcturians land. She was all pissed. And I was like, all right. So we went, and there were, and she's like, there's 7 vortexes, and I have to take you to see where the Arcturians land. And we went. And I had a lovely time, and she had a terrible time. And I don't know why. We had the same experience, but it wasn't the same experience because my experience was good and she was pissy. And I was like, well, you just talked to Sekhmet. Not everybody gets to talk to Sekhmet. You could choose to be happy about that. That's a gift. It's pretty interesting. And it's one of those funny things where it's just doesn't make her a bad person either. And we're all going through our own purging process. So I'm really not judging. Like I'm telling a funny story. It makes it seem like, she's some sort of opponent, but she's not. It's just what she was purging, and she wouldn't be given that to lift if she were not up to the task. And I know that she's talking to Sekhmet, she's also got her own shit going on. So if you know about Arcturian vortexes and you've got crystal grids, she's got more crystal grids around her house than any other person I've ever met in my life. There's like no place to sit, no table space. She's got crystal grids everywhere. It was glorious. I loved it. Tiny apartment. Most of it is crystal grids, and she has to clear off the bed because she's working for humanity. That's the point. She's like, this is the grid for the financial system. This is the grid, but she's pissy about it. That's what's so funny. It's like she's one of these light workers who, it's like she's hitting the belief barrier hard. She's hitting it hard. She wants to go up, but her own belief system, she was a computer programmer. And there is something about, there's just jarring. It's like, I want specificity. I want to be a light worker, but I want specificity. But like, this is where you're keeping yourself in the 3rd dimension. Because until you relax and you're willing to get out of specificity and be a little more nebulous and be a little more flowing, you're like, that's magical thinking. She did talk like that too. She did. So it's kind of gruff. Accusing me of magical thinking all the time. It's funny though, because I get magic and she doesn't. And it's because I said yes to it and she said no. So this is the sacred choice point. And in the beginning, these choices, which are cumulative, are very small. Is it a speck of dust? One thing that I would say, a suggestion, is if you want to go up into this path, stay in the question. Like if you really think, well, it was probably just a speck of dust, one thing that I would suggest, a really great exercise, is just play around with your imagination a lot. What else could this be? What else could it be? What else could it be? What else could it be? I used to do this this exercise play with myself, mental games. I'd play these games with myself all the time. I would give myself name 5 different ways that this thing could occur. If I want to, that's actually a great game. If here's what I used to do. So anytime you find something, I should really go back and at some point I was going to write a book and I'd started writing about this. I should really go back to it. I was carrying on a correspondence with Maurice Brown for a long time, and I love him so much. He was my painting professor, and he was Joan of Arc's mother, and he was also my mentor, Maurice Green, when I was John Stanley. And every lifetime, he has the same position with me where he leads me on my life's work. He somehow directs me one way or another to my life's work. In this lifetime, I met him when he was my painting professor at New Paltz, SUNY New Paltz. And then I missed him so much. I didn't know that we were related. I didn't know anything that he was in. I saw him on it. I didn't know it. I didn't know I was Joan of Arc. I didn't know he had been my mother. I didn't know that he was Maurice Green when I was John Stanley. I just knew he was my professor, Maurice Brown. And later on, all these memories came back, and it all made sense. And I had contacted him, and we carried on this correspondence. He's another one I have to get back to if he's still alive. I need to find out. I believed he had died, and I was gutted. And now it's possible that he is still alive, so I have to reach out to him and see if he still is, or his family. Anyway, in our correspondence, he told me, he said, you need to consider writing because it seems like you were meant to be a writer. That's funny coming from a painting professor, but he was very encouraging about my painting too. But he told me that it seems like I had been writing all along and I should be a writer, and I had a book, and he's written a book, and I would never have considered writing a book ever, except that he said it. And because it's him and I value his guidance, I prize it. He's one of those people whose judgment I trust so much that if he says it, I like, okay, I'll do it. I'll do it even no matter how unsure of myself I am. He is just one of those people that he has the ability to stabilize my energy. Like, don't worry, just go play with it. Go out and do it anyway. He's phenomenal that way. And everything that I am, so much I owe to him. For real. I really do need to get back to him. I should find out if he died or not. I was told he died. But now I'm having a doubt. I'm thinking that he might still be alive. And if he is, I want to know about it. But I don't know how to reach him. Anyway, okay. So in my correspondence with Maurice Brown, we'd played this game where it's a game to train your mind to think in possibilities, playful possibilities, which is the energy that you want to bring in. So, oh, Camille's here. Hi, Camille. She's the one I said she was like a plowed field. Fertile for possibilities, and I'm so glad that we're bringing in this energy now, and you're on the call, and that makes everything better because we're all co-creating this together, right? So, she has an emollient energy. She's another one, a little bit like Maurice Brown. It's like everything's gonna be okay. We could just co-create this together. I'm so glad you're here. One of the things I do when I walk through the world, if I see something puzzling, Or, you know, curious, if I see something curious. I think of a minimum of 5 different ways that, 5 different reasons, like, why is that there? That's weird. I like to just challenge myself as a game to think of a minimum of 5 different, 5 because 5 is the number for change. So I'm trying to just bring in the idea that I can think of something and a change can occur. So let's say, like one day I was driving through Kingston and I saw an entire box of donuts in a curb. And I thought, huh, you know, it's what that kind of thing, like it's something that's just a little curious. Be on the lookout for surprising events. I was thinking to myself, name 5 different ways this could have happened. Why is it there? And then just make it playful and funny. And you don't have to do anything with it. You just bring it in and keep your mind guessing and playing and open to possibilities, open to shifts, and something that will just keep you in a good mood. I'm probably going to go back to this. There are, you know, different exercises for, you know, just brainstorm, play with it a little bit. Was something, you know, somebody was getting out of the car and they dropped the donuts, or did they leave the donuts in the curb? Did they leave them in the gutter for some reason? Name 5 different reasons that somebody might leave donuts in a gutter. You know, something like that. It could be bad, could be good, whatever. Just open your mind to some sort of formulation that's going to come. And another thing, another really fun thing to do is just invite spirit to show you a surprise. Like, say, surprise me with something good. Surprise me with something good. I want to see something good. Show me something that I want to see. And then what that does is that you can just expect it. And then start looking around for the thing that spirit's bringing. It might just not be just one thing, just constantly spread, and constantly just be open to receiving some good surprise. And then if you think that thing might be it probably is, you can just say automatically, thank you, can I have another one? They love that. I will tell you, they love that. That's the thing that's going to open the doorway and allow you to get through. And so if you are saying you want to see a fairy, and you see some sparkly lights and you question, was that just a sparkly passing light or was it a fairy? And you say, well, I decided to see it as a fairy. You could also say, bring me some confirmation. Was that a fairy? I would like some confirmation. And then just open yourself to that and something else is going to come in. I want to hear my dog talk. I wish I knew what my dog was thinking. I wish I could communicate with animals. Make that happen. Can I have some of that, please? Can I have some of that spirit communication? And just watch, pay attention to your internal emotional climate. Pay attention to what makes you feel good, what makes you feel terrible. That's always a good thing to know about yourself. Try not to barricade yourself in a wall of, you know, don't come near me. You don't have to do that. Unless you need to. It's okay to have it in the toolkit, but you may not want to stay in there unless you have to. And if you have to, you're going to need your tools of imagination to imagine yourself out, because that can be, you don't want to live in a prison. Anyway, this conversation has been really, really long. So I know that we are now at this choice point collectively. And I said that Camilo Joe was like a plowed field, and I also called her a fruit basket. I said, you're such a fruit basket. I meant it as a compliment. But that's another one of those things. Like, you could hear that. If somebody is third dimensional, they're going to hear that more as like, I think they're crazy. But actually, I was thinking, you're such a field of possibilities. You're so abundant. She's also very emollient. So she's perfectly situated. She's carrying the perfect energy for manifesting abundance, which is why when it was her energy that came in, I saw where she is. I see all of the elements, the energy that she's carrying. And here's, okay, I was just about to end this call, but now I'm going to finish this. Now that I recognize the value in her, this is so pivotal. I recognize the thing that she's carrying, and I'm thinking, oh my God, I want to feed that. I want to nurture that. We need more of that, man. We need more. Like that can win the whole war. It's not a war anymore. It kind of is. And it depends on where you are. I know I sound like a bundle of contradictions, but that's because if you see all of these strata and the rules are different on every single level, it's true in one of these places. Like in the third dimension, there's still very much a war going on, if you haven't noticed. A lot of strife, a lot of conflict. In the higher dimensions, none of that's true. So I can see all these things at the same time. We need more of what she's got in order to get more of the people to create a network of giving, a network of equal giving and receiving that's going very, very quickly. It's the speed of the higher dimension. Do you see how the energy that I'm carrying just shifted? That's because now I'm in 5. And the energy here is abundant and it's flowing constantly. It's constantly flowing. It's very eager to give. It's very eager to receive too. It receives just as well. And he's saying it's balanced giving and receiving. And you see something that you appreciate in someone else, you identify a union, you identify a quality that you want them to have everything they need to succeed, absolutely every little thing. So you flow it to them. If I can give you anything, I don't care if you give it back, it's going to come back to me from somewhere. I am telling you, this is so true. Once we get enough people up in 5, the network there connected, there is no shortage. Shortage doesn't exist. It's like oxygen. It's like breathing. You take as much as you need, it's always around you. It's always around you. You take as much as you need, you exhale everything you don't need. And you're swimming in it. You're in an ocean of abundance. It's surrounding you. There is no shortage. The only place there's shortage is which is an illusion, is in a system that is based in lack, which is the third. So if you're saying that it has to be, it's not even saying that we don't have to use money. We can have money too. Money is one of those things, but you don't have to be adhered to that being the only thing. You can have that. You can have an abundance of money. If you are a 5th dimensional person and money is the thing that you're lacking, you can land on 3, assuming you can 3. If you can land, how do I want to say this? There's still a way for you to receive money. If you need money, and that's the thing. I've been working with all of these people who, like Camille, she's still in a 3rd dimensional job. But there are a lot of camouflaged light workers, and not even light worker, like major light warrior, major players who are so well camouflaged. We have major columns of light positioned strategically. Belinda's going to Niagara Falls. I know why she's there. She knows too. She's moving to Niagara Falls, which is an arc, and all of that energy is flowing over. We need someone who's carrying her energy who can anchor that with all of that flow and work on Niagara Falls. There are major power spots that need major players, specific locations to make the grid. But we're going to wind up lifting up the entire planet. Doesn't mean it disappears from form. We don't actually have to travel. What we have to do is take it back. We have to change the vibration so that the entire experience shifts to one of multidimensional harmony, multi-species harmony, and isn't under dominion and control, particularly of the shadow masculine, which it has been. And we don't want the shadow feminine either, because that's also nasty. Shadow everything. I think we're sending them packing. We're bringing back the divine masculine and the divine feminine archetypes. And we're bringing back, other species. The great thing is, though, all sorts of other, as soon as it's safe, all sorts of other beings are going to start to come back. There are new stones found all the time. Have you noticed this? There are, different crystals that have never shown up on Earth before, and yet they're millions of years old, or whatever. X number of hundreds of thousands of years old, but were only recently discovered or rediscovered. It's also going to be possible for species to come back. Not everything is going extinct. The old Earth is dying for sure. There's no question about that. The old one is absolutely gone. No question. But the new one is here, and that's upgraded, a lot happier, a lot more abundant. And also there are certain species that are dying in 3 that are just relocated in 5. They're there. They're there. So some of the, I would say, you can allow yourself to get out of despair. If you're someone who is wringing your hands over the fact that there are no more, sequoia. I posted that post on my, it really was a tragic. I felt so bad for this man and the whole situation. This man has worked as hard as anyone towards reforestation, took personal responsibility, started so many thousands of seedlings with his kids, and he goes and he waters and replants in California, trying to restore the forestation after drought. And he wrote such a long and heart-wrenching post about the fact that it was a lost cause and you can't save them because they're dying as fast as you can replant them. I don't know if I asked him to follow me because I hope I can give him a bit of upliftment or a way out of despair, because we don't need despair. I do take his point. He's got a very, very good point. If you want to go to my wall and read it, a very good article. But despair is not, as bad as it looks and as bad as it actually is, there is still a way out. That's the point of this entire call. If you wanted to sum it up in one sentence, it's that no matter how big the strife is, there is a way out of it. And I was going to talk about how do you forgive that. I might wind up, this has been such a long call, we're at 4 hours. I do want to, I think I'm going to probably do another live stream. I don't know. Every time I try and set a time for another live stream, my intention is it gets diverted and the little things come up, and then when I finally sit down to do it, it goes on for 4 hours. I think it would be easier on all of us. It's easier on not me either way, but it would be easy on all of us if they were broken up. And I just did them, like I keep aspiring to be like Rick Jewers, and he does like a nice 28 minutes or something, like they're short, but he does more of them. Anyway, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. But I do have a lot of information to deliver, and I do want to talk more about creation, and I do want to talk more about how forgiveness works, because there's a way out of whatever corner you think you're stuck in. When people think they're stuck in a corner and looking for, like, there's only one way out and I can't find it, that's inherently I was going to say one-dimensional. It's inherently a third-dimensional place where you're stuck with only one option. Sometimes life does give you that, but that still doesn't mean that sometimes things are unavoidable. Sometimes you do have to do the one thing, and it's your only way out. The only way out is through. I mean, I'm in a whole lifetime like that. Like, I got to the point where, like, the Joan of Arc identity was the last thing in the world of all of the things that I had to do, all of my karma, all of my planet blowing up karma, all of it, whatever. The thing that I didn't want to do was that one thing. And that's what this entire lifetime has been about. You know why? Because I avoided it. It also was because I wasn't ready. Sometimes you have to have so